Rubin. We're going to go ahead and call the school board meeting to order at this time. I want to welcome you this evening. And at this time, I'd ask you if you would please to silence any cell phones that you have so that we don't disrupt the meeting in any way. We are going to be led in our invocation this evening by Pastor Todd Marcy from Faith Baptist Church of Kissimmee, and Mrs. Barbara Horn will lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance, followed by our mission statement by Mr. Frank Telemko, Principal at Narcoossee Middle School. I'd ask that you please stand with me for the invocation and the pledge to our flag.
Please join me for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you for tonight. Thank you for the blessings that you've given to us today. Father, for each one here, I pray that you would pour out your blessing upon their life. Father, from those that are leading, that serve and do so in a diligent manner, Father, give them the grace and the mercy and the understanding that they need tonight to be able to do a great work. Father, to be helpful in all the tasks that you've given them to do. Father, for the parents and for the loved ones and for the kids, Father, that are here tonight, I just pray that they would be heard, that, Father, again, there would be respect among each person here, that they would consider others better than themselves, and, Father, seek to do good. And, Father, I think, too, of the police officers that are here that help watch over and govern and make sure things done are safely. Things that are done here would be in order. So, Father, I pray that you bless them tonight. Father, there's others that have concerns and things that are heavy on their heart. I pray that they would be able to draw those things forward, that they would be heard, and that, God, it would be done in a way that would be honoring to you. So, Father, I pray that you would superintend over top of this meeting, and it's all because of your Son, Jesus Christ. So, Father, thanks for hearing my prayer. In your most holy and precious name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Telemko.
That's our mission statement. Education which inspires all to their highest potential.
Thank you. And Dalia for translation services.
My name is Dalia Medina. I'm here to provide translation services. Mi nombre es Dalia Medina. Estoy aquí para proveer servicio de traducción. Gracias.
Thank you, Dalia. And board, I will start to my right this time with our superintendent, if you'll allow me, for some positive comments.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to mention that there has been a lot of professional development going on this month, and many teachers have been attending, so we're very pleased. There was one particular one which was called a Go Vertical Institute, which included 5th grade to 12th grade teachers and professors at Valencia College. And the evaluations came back really that the teachers felt that they learned a lot from each other and they have a better understanding as to where children need to be in the future. So that was a wonderful conference. And also, you know that we're expanding our AVID program in elementary schools and some of our secondary schools. And we had approximately 180 participants attending the AVID conference, knowing that we will take those children who are somewhat in the middle and make them those honor roll students that they can become. So those are the two areas that I wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Long?
Thank you. It's not often that I make a positive comment about sports areas. This evening is a little different. I would like to make a comment for Harmony High School. Is there anyone here from Harmony High School? That figures. They won the Orange Belt Conference All-Sports Championship. This is the 6th time in 7 years. They've won the baseball, flag football, softball, boys weightlifting. They won 9 conference titles in all and finished 2nd 7 times. I know they're not here, but please join me in a round of applause for Harmony High School. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And there may be somebody from Harmony here, you just can't see him amongst all the Cowboys that are in the room. Might be the case. So. Mr. Wheeler?
Yeah, I've got quite a few things. I'm going to start with one. I need to read this. There's a young lady named Tara Tedra who graduated from Celebration High School in 2005. She came and addressed the board, I want to say back in April. When she did it, there happened to be the Dr. Phillips Charities in the audience, and they heard her, and they have, she just found out that the Central Florida Debate Initiative is getting a $10,000 grant from the Dr. Phillips Charities for the development and implementation of speech and debate programs at Osceola high schools. And that Tara Tedra with the Lowndes Law Firm will be directing the program. There's free training for all interested students and teachers on August 2nd and 3rd at the Lowndes Law Firm, and more information can be found at www.cfdebate.com, and I'll get the information. I just got this information literally within the past half hour. I'll get this to Mrs. Luciano and Dr. Akes in the next day. And then I've got several others. First off, we got our school letter grades this past week for elementary and middle schools, and I want to first off congratulate Kissimmee Middle School from going from a D to a C. Good job, KMS. St. Cloud Middle School went up to an A, which is outstanding. Canoe Creek Charter School went up to an A. Celebration K-8 maintained their A. East Lake Elementary School went up to an A. Four Corners Charter School maintained their A. Mr. Davis, you are here. Jonathan Davis from Harmony Community School. He got an A at Harmony Community School. Lakeview Elementary School with new Narcoossee Middle School principal, he was the principal there. Frank Telemko, they got an A. Narcoossee Elementary School got an A. PMO's Charter got an A. St. Cloud Elementary got an A. And Renaissance Charter School in Poinciana, they went from a D to an A, which is simply outstanding. That's unbelievable. So I just want to congratulate all those schools, and I also want to thank anybody here from Osceola High School. Just curious. I want to thank you all for coming and all the phone calls I got. That's all. Thank you all for being here tonight, and those are the ones I want to write.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Soto?
Well, thank you all for coming this afternoon. My positive comments were along the same lines as Mr. Wheeler. We are all very pleased and proud of the school grade that we received. It definitely shows that we are a district that performs and does the right things, the necessary things for our children to educate and get ahead. That said, I also want to make the positive comments to all of those parents and students that contacted me, sharing with me what their reading list has been and what they read during the summer. Very good suggestions. I did get this one suggestion for this book. It's called, it's titled E equals MC squared, a biography of the famous equation. This is how it looks like. I tell you, this is a wonderful book. I would say you do not need any specialized training to really understand the science behind Einstein's famous equation. It's a very easy read. And I will share it with the rest of you if you still have room for some summertime reading. And that said, thank you very much.
Is that like Harry Potter?
With Einstein.
Oh, okay.
Different kind of wizard.
The other wizard.
Yeah.
Mrs. Horn?
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of our employees throughout this district that are preparing for our 58,000 students returning very soon. Thank you very much for doing a great job.
Great, thank you. And mine, I just want to extend a warm welcome to everybody that's here, whether you're here from OHS or otherwise. I've always said at every one of our meetings, we're always glad to see the community come out and show that you care about education in this community. So I want to welcome you here this evening. At this time, board, we will adjourn from our regular school board meeting and convene under our school board workshop for school board rules. Mr. Boyd?
Good evening, board. We have a few changes for you this evening. We would be bringing, this is the workshop, we'll be bringing these changes back on August the 19th for the public hearing and ask for action at that time. But tonight we'll just review the changes. And I promise you that none of the changes that I'll be reading tonight have anything to do with 4x4 schools. So I just want to make that clear. The first set of the 5 changes in your packet that are highlighted in pink are revisions of existing school board rules. 3.80, school volunteers, revises paragraph 2, adds citations for new statutes, and this revision was recommended by EMCS, our consultants who assist us with policy. 4.11, Student Progression Plan, adds the word virtual instruction and adds citations for various statutes and state board rules. Rule 5.301, Student Dignity, adds paragraph 5, permitting the superintendent to establish training and/or procedures that direct employees in regard to this rule, and adds paragraph 6, requiring administrators to consult with the Chief Human Resources Officer or his or her designee prior to applying any employee progressive discipline that either cites or relates to this rule. Rule 5.321, prohibiting bullying and harassment, revises paragraphs 1A, 2A, 6A, 10A, and 12 to align the policy language with recommendations from a recent review by the Florida Department of Education. Rule 6.90, personnel records, revises paragraph 6, and this revision was requested by the district within the Department of Records. Rule 4.10, the curriculum. Rule 4.113, academic acceleration. Rule 4.15, physical education. 4.18, academic and career planning. 6.61, HIV, AIDS, or other communicable diseases, bloodborne pathogens, and environmental hazards. And Rule 8.14, inspections, all have citation changes and no language changes. Now for the fun, the student progression plan. At all levels of our student progression plan, the first change is a revision of the section for permitted absences, to read prearranged excused absences, and it revises the policy language to specify the criteria for such absences. The next set of changes are all related to the high school student progression plan. The first one revises graduation requirements charts to comply with the Florida Department of Education's technical assistance for the 2010-11 through the 2013-14 high school student cohorts. The next one revises criteria for the maximum age limit for attendance to comply with state law. There's a revision for references to FCAT to be changed to simply state assessments, because we don't know the actual name of the test yet, but we do know it's a state assessment. A revision for gifted education plan to comply with federal and state law and the nomenclature for that particular plan. A revision for attendance requirements for ESE students. A deletion of a section entitled High School Courses of Study. A revision to define the Zenith School Alternative School Program. A revision for definition of the ESE curriculum. A revision for the section entitled Advanced Placement Scholars Program to simply Advanced Placement AP Program and clarifies the requirements. Adds a section entitled Advanced International Certificate of Education, also known by AC, Diploma Program, and defines the requirements of this program. A deletion of the Electronic Personal Education Plan, referred to as EPEP, requirement for career and technical education, or CTE programs. A revision for the section entitled Cooperative Education and On-the-Job Training and the requirements of this program. A revision to permit students to use a combination of any virtual education courses and regular public high school courses to meet graduation requirements, and that's per statute. Deletes the section entitled Volunteer Service Credit, revises the list of possible assessments to reflect the new state assessments, deletes the section entitled Student Performance Level Chart for the high school student progression plan only, revises language to include multi-tiered system of support, MTSS, for gifted students, revises language for access points for Florida standards to include social studies for ESE students, adds a section entitled Graduation Requirements Charts for each cohort of graduating students through the present and current and upcoming school year for 2014-15. Deletes obsolete charts, adds new charts with graduation requirements clarified, deletes redundant or obsolete policy language. An addition of a paragraph to clarify when ESE students may take level 1 courses for graduation. A revision for the section entitled End of Course EOC Assessment Requirements to clarify when an ESE student may waive these requirements. Revises references to ESE accommodations for state assessments to comply with state law and the nomenclature therein. deletes the section entitled Special Diploma Option 1A, revises section entitled Special Diploma 1B to simply state Special Diploma Option 1. Deletes the section entitled General Education Development, GED, revises the section entitled Participation in Graduation Ceremonies to clarify the requirements. A revision for a section of policy language to clarify when transfer course grades may be used in calculations for class rank, when class rank determinations shall occur, and establishes a committee to review parent complaints in regard to class ranks for students. A revision for requirements for ESE students to participate in statewide alternate assessments, and it updates citations for Florida statutes throughout as appropriate. And that's the changes for the high school student progression plan and all the changes we have for this workshop today.
Great.
If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Board, any questions at this time? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, thank you, Mr. Boyd. We will adjourn from our workshop and reconvene under our regular school board meeting at this time. Board, I am going to ask your indulgence. We obviously have a number of people here who would like to speak on the OHS schedule change, so I'm going to ask if you would mind if we move that up to the beginning of presentations.
Great.
We'll allow Dr. Akes to come up and address that, and then we'll allow for some public comment in regard to that item if the board's okay. Okay?
Good idea.
Melvin?
Yes, I just want to mention a couple of things so that everyone understands clearly. We take everything into consideration when making decisions, and we always put children first. So I want to say that. And I also want you to understand that in making these decisions, it's a collaborative effort, which means the principal, the administrative team there, and district level was a part of making this decision. And the other thing is to say thank you for coming so that you are able to share your comments and also to be able to listen to why we're doing what we know is best for our kids. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Akes, please.
Yes, ma'am. I really appreciate us being able to move this up. I do have a handout for the school board members. If I can make this available later to the public.
Thank you.
We're available online on our website.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Akes. I'm Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education. I want to tell you, I really appreciate y'all coming out tonight. As Ms. Luciana discussed, this has been a collaborative effort, and it has been rather a short timeline, but I'm in no way here tonight to try to convince you of any kind of position. I am here to share with you the thought process that took place when we looked at this with the leadership team at OHS. And as Ms. Luciana has said, and Mr. Weishauer has said, I really appreciate y'all being here tonight. This is the one thing that is very, very unique about Osceola. It is a very coherent and cohesive community. OHS has a lot of tradition. But I appreciate the fact that in democracy, you can come out and speak and should have the opportunity to speak. So in no way this afternoon I would want you to think that any of the leadership, any of the school board members would have it any other way besides you to express your concerns about this situation. I do have a presentation that I'm going to go through on this. I do know that I had some parents that have emailed me personally about this and some staff members. And I'm trying to get through them one at a time. I emailed one lady last night at 11 o'clock. I emailed another lady with a senior right before we started. It is important for us to understand what your concerns are in unique situations are. I feel for my seniors that will be starting at that school. We're going to try to accommodate the special situations that will come up in that situation. So as I go through my presentation tonight, I really would like to ask you that as the man who gave when he actually said, opened up the school board meeting tonight, is just open up your heart and be receptive to what we're talking about, because I'm going to do the reciprocal, and as the leadership team is going to do the same thing for you. We will listen to really what your concerns are, try to be accommodated, but really, at the end of the day, as Ms. Luciana said, we have to really take the big picture in mind for what's best for students within our school district. So kind of what are some of the things that went into place when we were talking about this, considering going from the block scheduling into the 7-period day?
Dr.
And-
Higgs, if you could
Yeah.
though, just use the microphone so if anybody's outside that can't hear, or
And
also for public.
why is it so important for us to consider it now? Why not later? Why not give it a year and let's see what we have going on with that? Okay. All right. As you know, state statutes change yearly. With the stroke of the pen to the governor or the stroke of the pen of the state legislature, the actual graduation requirements and assessment requirements within this state have changed. The document that I have up here for the actual school board to look at is the memo that was sent out by the commissioner, Ms. Pam Stewart, on May 30th, notifying us that, as John Boyd said at the time when we were ending in May 1st to June, well, what's the assessments going to be called? Finally, the assessments are actually named, and it actually states that at that time, when you're looking at 9th, 10th, and 11th graders, they will be taking the Florida High Standards for ELA, which have a writing component, and it also states at that time that the EOC for Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 will go into the Florida Standards. May 30th is when we're notified that these things are becoming official, and the commissioner has put out the memo for us to prepare to do something about this. And the next document that we have, going to the next one, is actually where we're looking at the next week this is sent out. Well, what is the assessment schedule going to look like? So we're moving to Florida High Standards, and we all know that when we went from the whole discussion from Common Core into Florida Standards, so what is the impact to the assessment schedule itself? So when we're looking at the actual Florida Standards, what you'll see is that the Florida Standards for grades 5 through 11 are actually going to be assessed in April. Okay, well, what we realized in this, after we start to look and dig into this, well, this actually affects our high school kids. When we come down here, when we're looking at the next bullet paragraph, your EOCs are actually changing too. So up here, you've got ELA, that's 9th, 10th, and 11th grade. Down here, you actually have EOCs, which are Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, that are changing, not from Next Generation Standards to actually the Florida Standards. This is the assessment schedule that has been handed out. It came out after the commissioner signed and sent the memo out to us. So now we realize, hey, this is going to really impact students. This is going to impact students. Okay? So when we're looking at what actually determines the impact of the students, what we have to look at is each student's graduation requirements. 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, all have different graduation requirements, and the impact of the change of the assessment schedule. Both of these things are intertwined depending on what cohort your student is in. So let's look at that. This is the actual senior graduation requirements. School board, as we go through this, now what you got to realize, and I want you to kind of get an understanding for, these are my seniors that are going to graduate this year. When I'm looking at these seniors, what assessments are required? These students must have passed the following assessments. 10th grade reading FCAT. Y'all all know you had to pass that. Okay, that's no longer the requirement for the other cohorts. They got to go to Florida Standards. Okay, Algebra 1 end of course exam, they had to pass it. What I'm trying to show you here is these are Next Generation Standards. This is my current set of seniors. Hopefully these students have met these requirements and are ready to go ahead and move on, because one is a 10th grade and one should have been knocked out in 9th and 10th grade. So let's go look at what the impact to juniors would be. What are we talking about with assessments? Again, when I'm looking at my juniors here, what I've got is the students must pass the following assessments. 10th grade reading, that was the FCAT again, and the Algebra 1 EOC. Now what's going to become a different one as we work down the page, which wasn't the case for my seniors, these are my juniors. As you know, juniors, you had to have passed, or your U.S. history is counting 30% of your grade. So now, to begin with, we had seniors. My seniors that are probably here and looking at this, you had to pass FCAT, you had to pass the EOC for algebra. Did not count for percent of your grades. These are my juniors right now. And believe it or not, U.S. history is the junior class. Some of them take it earlier. but this counts 30%. We haven't changed the standards for U.S. history, but this is 30%. Now what I want you to realize, watch what happens when I go into the sophomores. Okay, switch for the next one for sophomores. Look at the amount that's now highlighted in the concerns here, okay? What you got here is these are the assessment requirements. Notice the change from FCAT to ELA, and also notice that we've got an Algebra 1 EOC course that they have to pass. All of these down here are added assessments that count 30% of the student's grade. So for a sophomore, 30% of their Algebra 1, 30% of their biology, 30% of their geometry, 30% of U.S. history, and 30% of Algebra 2. So a sophomore student who is kind of accelerated, yes, they might be in biology, geometry, and it's possibility that that kid could be in Algebra 2, 30% of their grade. In other words, it's not just meeting the requirement, not just getting your ticket punch, I passed 10th grade FCAT. It's now, I've got to have passed an ELA, an Algebra 1 EOC, but all of these count as 30% of the grade. This is a huge impact for sophomores. Now let's go to the actual freshmen that we're looking at. This is our incoming kids. Again, you're going to look at, these are the 10th grade ELA, Algebra 2, you got to pass it, but all of these count for 30% of the student's grade. It's not like it is for the seniors, and it's not like it is for the juniors, because the juniors only had 30% of U.S. history. For my 9th grade and my 10th grade, this is 30% of that student's grade. So how about that look for an actual freshman? Algebra 1 is a freshman course for the most part. They can have this count 30%. A lot of my accelerated freshmen, biology, they could be in there, okay? So we need to consider what does that impact, okay? I know what the requirements have changed. I can look at that, but how could that actually look when you look and apply it to your block scheduling? Okay, this was semester 1, this was semester 2. When we sat down with the leadership team and said, look, let's see what we can do and what is the impact going to be. All of these courses were in semester 1. 79 courses where kids were doing the best we can to move them around, but 79 were in the first semester, and there's only 61 in the second semester. Mathematically, when you go to moving this around, it's like a matrices or a Rubik's Cube. There's only so many combinations you can do. For everything that I push over there, something's got to come back this way. So for these 80 classes times 20 kids, that's 1,600 kids, would have their instruction in first semester but not take the class till to the end of April, maybe May. These kids would actually be in it and take the assessment when they're actually in the course. So maybe I'm a kid in Algebra 2, and maybe I'm a kid that's going for valedictorian, but I don't take I take the class in the first semester, but I'm not assessed until the end of second semester. That's why when we talk about we got to look at the impact for kids, we need to be considering that. It's really, really about what's best for these kids long term. This kids right here, these are my ELA kids. These English 2 kids, they have to be assessed in ELA, 10th grade. This 11 classes times 2, these kids can't even take that assessment till the end, okay? This would be the possible impact by kids if we looked at it by class, if we were to stay on the block schedule. It's a tremendous impact to the kids, not only just pass and fail, but it's 30% of your grade now for all of these classes up here, Algebra 1, Algebra 1 Honors, Algebra 2. Okay, these right here, this one right here, you got to pass to actually get credit to actually graduate. Geometry honors. So when I take the actual graduation requirements, pair it with the impact on the actual school and the assessment schedule, this is what you're end up with considering when you go into that. So how many kids are impacted? How many kids are impacted? Every freshman that has to take ELA, that's freshman comp, 600 kids have to take and have to be assessed on it. How many 10th graders? All the 10th graders, 656, they have to take 10th grade English. They'll have to take geometry to actually graduate, and these kids could possibly be in Algebra 2. 11th grade, they do have to take this assessment, okay? That's 3/4 of your students that are involved in and actually being assessed on state's assessments that are not available until April. So it's 3/4 of your student body that are involved in this assessment and impacted by this discussion. Okay, so what are the critical points to consider for a student when we started sitting down and talking to in a collaborative effort with the leadership team? What are the considerations? One of the things that we considered was these kids would be taking a class that doesn't end until April, that ends before Christmas, but they don't assess until April and May. Some of these counts for 30%. They actually count for 30% of the grades. Some of these assessments, kind of like third grade was with the FCAT, you got to pass it or you don't graduate. That's the way it is with that 10th grade ELA assessment. It has a reading and a writing component that's going to be more rigorous than the 10th grade writing we have now and the 10th grade FCAT ever was. You got to pass it to graduate. What would be best for the kids? In other words, not what's the easiest for me as an adult. I'm going to tell you, as an adult, as assistant superintendent, it'd be a lot easier for me to just leave it like it is and never ever address the possibility of this situation, or Mr. Jones and his leadership team. It ain't about what's easiest and best for the adults in this situation. It's what's best for these kids, and I got to get these kids across that stage and shake their hand to graduate in 4 years. That's my 9th and 10th grade group that are really, they got a huge change in the landscape of what's required for kids to graduate today. So you got to consider what's best for the kids. Okay, what are the points of concerns right off the bat? Leadership said, that school said, I'm worried about the seniors that have only been in this block schedule for 3 years. I've got seniors that are expecting dual enrollment. I've got seniors that are expecting foreign language to be able to complete 2 sections of it. 2 sections, not just one. They've waited until their senior year because these things were in place. We've looked at both of these and we will be able to accommodate that. What about the dual enrollment? Dual enrollment is a big part of the seniors' life, and at OHS they have actual teachers that do teach on campus for that. We'll be able to accommodate that, and for the seniors we're going to be able to look at being able to pair some of those blocks together to be able to do that. But we also going to make sure that we put our calendar together with Valencia's, like our other comprehensive high schools, and be able to do that. The last thing we also talked about, which we all got to consider, will you go back to that grid for me? Come on back, right there. These teachers here, their evaluations are tied to these courses, but they stopped teaching these kids in January. Okay? These teachers stopped teaching these kids in January. But that assessment is given here. I'm saying we need to consider that when we're looking at this too. A teacher's evaluation, you said, well, 9th grade English, does that account for the kid to graduate? It counts for the teacher's evaluation as we're going through this, and we need to consider the impact for the student for what the next classes they'll be in, okay? All right, timeline of events. This is one of the things that I've had 2 or 3 emails about from parents, and I really appreciate this. The timeline is not what we wished it could have been. But you've heard John Boyd say tonight, when we're looking at the pupil progression plan, when we presented the pupil progression plan to the actual school board to start this process for us looking at graduation changes, they hadn't even designated the name for those assessments. So when May 30th rolled around, the next week we get the assessment schedule, we're starting to process, look, I don't know what this needs to look like. Is this actually going to work for OHS? We get the assessment schedule. OHS works on the block schedule the best they can to try to accommodate moving things around. When we met with them June 26th, this decision we're not even ready to have that discussion. And when we go through that grid of all of the courses that have an assessment that's all for the first semester that won't be assessed, kids can't take the test till April or May, what we realize is there isn't but one right choice for kids in this situation. Is it the easy one? Is it change? Do we like change? Absolutely not. But when we look at kids that 30% of the grade is going to count for something, we realized right then we need to be seeing if we can change this. Can we do this? The next week, the leadership team at OHS went through a series of steps to look at their master schedule and say, can we do this? That was the week of 4th of July. What you got to realize is that staff didn't have the 4th of July that we had. They're working straight through to answer the question, yes, it can be done. When we come back, we have a discussion, send a communication to the school board, and the process has started to try to notify staff first, and then we've tried to get out an IRS call. We tried last Thursday and again last night. We were not successful on either one of those parent communications, but we do have a parents' night set up, I think Mr. Jones does, for Monday the 21st, out there to be able to discuss some concerns. So that has been the timeline that we're under. I hope that I've been able to explain what the concerns are. I will make this available as a public document where you can look at it. When you're going through your concerns and exceptions, I really need to be able to make sure I capture them and write them down. So if you've got a student that you say, I've got an exception to, I don't think that the 7-period day is going to work, I need to hear what that exception is. Therefore, if we can accommodate it within that schedule by pairing 2 blocks of classes together to accomplish the same thing that you could have done in a block schedule, we want to be able to do that. My heart really reaches out for those seniors that have been on this schedule their whole high school life, and I hate that. But like I said, I'm trying to look at the leadership team of the district and the schools, trying to look at the long run, what's best for kids, and this is a difficult, hard discussion. So I hope that I've been able to communicate and share with y'all the thought process that went into it.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Rakes. And if you'll hang tight, board, this was an information item being brought to us this evening to make us aware of it, so this would be the appropriate time if you had some questions that you wanted to ask. Now would be a great time to do so. Yes, sir.
Michael, do you want to stay there?
Yeah.
I've got a couple of comments I want to make first off. When I was first made aware of this, I don't know, about 10 days ago, Melba, and it was explained to me that this was because of the state assessment schedule. First question I asked was, is Mr. Jones okay with it? That was the first thing, and she said yes. And I didn't see this presentation, in fairness. Now, I know that, you know, how many of you are seniors at Osceola High School are here? Raise your hand if you're a senior. Okay. You all have been through a school being rebuilt around you. You've been through more than one principal, for sure. And now this is being thrown at you. So you all have been through a lot. Now we're asking you to do a little bit more, but we know you can handle it because you're cowboys. And we know that you can handle that. So with that said, yesterday I was at Osceola High School, met with Mr. Jones. And some parents have emailed me, some teachers have called me, some parents have emailed, et cetera, and I've answered as many of those as I can. I talked to Mr. Jones, I think that, you know, he's on board with it for all the right reasons too. I think that we'll all get through this. Nobody likes change. And, you know, I've mentored for 9 years at Osceola High School, so OHS is not a strange place to me. I'm there, you know, 3 or 4 times a month. With that said, I know you're used to a 4x4 block schedule. And I know it's been there for more than 15 years. Unfortunately, we are slaves to what the state hands us. And this is the hand dealt to us by the state. I know that the administration will handle it. Well, how many teachers are here from OHS here? Raise your hand if you're a teacher. You are some of the best professionals we have. You're high-performing teachers. You've always done the right thing for students. I know you'll do the right thing again. I know that we wish we could have notified you in a different manner. You know, but we are where we are, and I know that you'll all do what's right for your students. It's unfortunate we didn't have more planning time to think about this, but again, we're slaves to the state schedule. So we appreciate your being here. Everybody who's here for OHS. We know you're here because you love the school, you love your kids, you love your jobs, and you care. And you're going to make this work, and and OHS is a special place, and you're going to make sure it stays a special place. So thank you all for being here. You know, my cell phone number is 407-973-4141. If any of you want to call me, I'll pick up my own phone. I'll answer any questions you have. And again, I appreciate everyone being here. This is not an easy decision. It's been discussed for a long, long time. But right now, the state forced us into a position where we had to make this decision. And so we're doing what's in the best interest of those students. So thank you all for being here. Mr. Weiser, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. I see your light coming on?
Just there it goes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'd like to reiterate what Mr. Wheeler said. This is not an easy decision. The experts that are in this room determine this to be the best for the students. And an important issue for me is, will the needs and the concerns of the individual student be addressed? I have been assured it will. I mean, we have to look at everybody, but we also have to look at the individual, and that's my concern. Are we going to leave anybody behind? And everybody I've talked to said, no, everyone is going to, every concern, every situation, we will do the best we can to make sure that is taken care of. I know you're all in here as an individual saying, what about my schedule? What about my dual enrollment? What about my language? What about these type of things? This will be addressed. And again, just as Mr. Wheeler said, we're a slave from the north. Tallahassee says, do this. We have to do it. We have to find a way to make it work. This is a situation where we have to find a way to make it work. And again, as the chair has said, we always let the public speak. And if there's somebody that has an individual concern, I'd be more than willing to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler?
I'd just like to make one last comment. This from Mr. Jones, Mrs. Luciano. Years ago, I was here when the hurricanes ripped apart Poinciana High School. We're going to make some changes then. I was there when we redid the schedules. Kids had to eat lunch outdoors under the big top, they call it, which was a big tent. Mr. Jones, I know this is going to be a transition for you. First day of school, second day of school, I'll be there to give you an extra set of hands. So if you need some extra help, I'll be there. Anybody wants to complain to their school board member, I'll be there. You can complain to me that day right there at school. I'll be there going through it with all of you. So I'll be there to do what I can to lend a hand and show support. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm ready to hear from the parents and students, whomever, to speak.
Great. One quick comment as well, is I want to make sure that you guys know, man, this is an information item. I think it's important that you know that this is being brought forth to the board to enlighten the board tonight. It's not something that the board is actually voting on. I know I've spoken with a number of you that have either emailed or called me personally to ask some of the questions. And I also want to reassure you that I've had conversations, as have my peers, with Dr. Akes and with Melba regarding dealing with those isolated instances or the instances that may affect a large cohort or block of students. Everything is going to be done to make sure that the students are taken care of. Again, as everyone has expressed, this isn't something that we like. Many of you know that when I was a SAC chair at Osceola High School and my daughters went there, I love the 4x4 schedule. I thought it was great. This isn't something that I necessarily want to see change, but it is the right thing to do considering what we're dealing with regard to the end of course exams and making sure students aren't finishing coursework at one point and then having to wait a number of months to be able to finalize their assessment. I think if we all think about it in that context and having to deal with the confines delivered to us by Tallahassee, I think we'd all kind of come to that same conclusion, even though we may not personally want to, and I may be one of those right there along with you. Before this was information item, I think we've heard from everybody that wanted to express it. Dr. Akes, you did a good job of outlining the process, the concerns and the opportunities that exist within this. And then also there are a number of people from the public that signed up to speak, and so at this point we're going to get back onto our regular schedule. Thank you, Doctor. You're fine. And I'll start calling people up to speak that have handed in a slip of paper. If you haven't handed one in and you do wish to speak, again, we'd welcome you here this evening. You can hand that in over here and we'll get that taken care of. A couple of quick things. If you haven't been here before, you'll have 3 minutes to address the school board. We would ask that you do come up here. You'll notice there's lights that are in front of you. When it gets to the yellow light, it means that you're getting low on time. When it gets to red and beeps, that means you are actually out of time. I always say this to everybody. If you look at my last name, it's a difficult last name. So if I butcher your last name, please don't be offended. I'll do the best I can with the handwriting that's been handed to me. How's that? With that said, though, I know I've shared some emails with Ms. Stickney, and so I'd invite you to come up and address your school board at this time. Good evening, ma'am. And if you would, as you come up, let me clarify one other thing. You would need to state your name and your address for the record. If you're a student, because I do know I have a couple of students that have signed up, you do not need to state your name and address for the record, so please do not do that. But welcome, ma'am, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Sherry Stickney, 1504 Oakleaf Lane, Kissimmee, Florida. I had a whole thing planned out, and I'll try to read it, but I would like to address some of his stuff too. I stand before you this evening as a student advocate, voice for those who feel they have none, proud supporter of OHS, its faculty and staff, and most importantly, concerned parent for my child's future academic success. Since learning about this change just 6 days ago, I have diligently researched all aspects of the change in order to be as informed as possible about the facts and understand all viewpoints. After my correspondence with Dr. Akes, it seems that the reason is about the FSA and the EOCs. I have spoken with the FDOE EOC coordinator. She has assured me that that is not the state's intent, that the first-time takers will be able to take the test in the winter. Yes, it won't be the same test because the FSA test hasn't even been written. The FSA curriculum, I understand, is more rigorous. So doesn't it seem that if these students are learning under the FSA curriculum, if they test out under the NGS EOC in winter, they should fly by it. Also, next year, there will be winter FLAs. So I feel that the board has hastily changed this just for this year. When asked why the parents and staff of OHS were not notified sooner, he stated that the assessment schedule was not released until late May. This is true, but my question is to you, why were the parents and staff at the very least not notified and prepared for the possibility prior to summer break, knowing that this was most likely going to happen? Why? Also, I hear about the seniors. The juniors are, I have a junior, and she is going to be significantly impacted by this. The feasibility of changing every schedule in a matter of weeks without student or parent input, as well as asking teachers, some that aren't even aware of this, to transition their teaching and planning to a drastically different timeline in such a short time. I have been told the seniors who need their foreign language requirements will be accommodated, but how? I've been told the schedules will be changed easily, but how? How will dual enrollment students be affected? The answer is I don't know, and I should know, and I should be informed. School starts in 4 weeks, and I don't know what to do with my daughter. It's my concern that this decision was made behind closed doors, also made at a time when most parents and staff would not be around to voice our concerns. I've been told this is a done deal, nothing can be done, but I'm here tonight with all the other concerned parents, students, and staff to ask that whoever has the authority to make this change to consider what's been discussed here tonight and hold off 1 year so the faculty, staff, and students can properly prepare and adjust their academic plans accordingly. Finally, I would like to add that I was encouraged to speak with integrity tonight, and all I can hope is that those in the position of leadership and authority value their own integrity when they consider their position on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Paula Clark. Good evening and welcome to you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Paula Clark. I live at 1881 Acorn Place. And I wanted to say that I was really leery of 4x4 because my other son went to a 7-day period. And it was a wonderful experience for my freshman. He did an awesome job and made straight A's, which my other son, he did awesome too, but not quite straight A's like he did. I also wanted to say is I'm very concerned about the schedule because we met with the counselor, scheduled my son so next year when he's a junior, he could do dual enrollment. So how are we going to be able to meet with those counselors in such a more amount of time with all these students? So that's my main question for you to think about. Are they going to be available when we call them? Because in the past, it's taken me a long time on the 4x4 to get in touch with the counselors sometimes. Now with this, how are we going to be able to meet with the counselors? So that's my main question. I really want to meet with the counselors because, you know, my child's education is important as all the students. And Melba knows students come first with me too because I'm also a teacher in the county. And I'm very concerned about the students because I taught some of these seniors. They're in high school now. So just wanted to let you know that that's my main concern.
Great. Thank you, ma'am. We have a student, Jana. Good evening and welcome to you, Jana. And again, you do not need to state your name or address for the record, but I welcome you this evening.
Thank you.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
won't, but I practically live at 420 South Backer Avenue. So, let's just start that. And then I have something for all the board members to look at.
Thank you, ma'am.
And then anyone else that would like to look at it as well. Like Miss Wells and Miss Stickney just said, the whole main point of that has already been refuted, so I'm just going to go by some of the logic that this doesn't follow. Alright, so if you don't go to OHS, you might not know that the 4x4 block schedule is where you go to class for 90 minutes. You have 4 classes first semester, 4 classes second semester. 7 block schedule, you have 1 class, 7 classes for the duration of the entire year. So some simple math that everyone can do is that 4 times 2 is 8, times 4, because we have 4 years of high school, is 32 credits that you can take. 7 times 1 times 4 is 28, and that's a 4 credit difference. So we were walking into high school expecting to be able to take 32 credits, and now you can't. Besides that, Osceola is so large that we have to have a 7-minute passing, which is like between classes. So when you combine all these different factors, all right, I broke it down to the different semesters so that I'd be looking at the same time frames. In the first semester or the second semester, we would have 73 days on the 90-minute schedule. That is 6,570 minutes of instruction in that specific class. On the 7-block schedule, that's 145 days, which is the total year, because, let me state that now. I factored out Wednesdays because there's a time difference. We have 38 Wednesdays this year. I just went through the calendar today. And about 3 of them are going to be long Wednesdays due to FCAT or whatever the new test is going to be called, between FCAT writes and FCAT reading. So there are 35 short Wednesdays. On the 4x4 schedule, we get 75-minute periods, and based on my math, in order to make the schedule work, the correct time for the 7-block schedule Wednesday would be 38.8 minutes. So that's going to total to 6,815 minutes, which granted is more time than you get on the other schedule, because that one was only 6,570. However, when you factor in Wednesdays, you only get 1,330 minutes on the 7-block, while you get 1,620. When you add those together, the 7-block is 8,145 minutes, and the other is 8,190. So yeah, you're like, okay, it's only 45 minutes extra class time that you get on the 4x4, but that's per class, and in that sole class alone, you get an extra 2 days of instruction based on the amount of time that you're spending in the class. All right, so the next thing I did is the total passing time. We have 180 school days, and it doesn't matter whether it's a Wednesday or a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, you have to have 7 minutes passing. And I gave the benefit of the doubt to the 7-block schedule and said that we would only have 5 passings, which isn't going to happen. I factored in that our new hour lunch would include 2 passings, so that would be 180 times 7 times 5, which is 6,300 minutes of passing, as opposed to our current schedule, which only has 3,780 minutes. That's almost double on the new schedule. So I don't understand why we're taking away from class time to walk around the campus more. So I did a ratio. And for the 7-block schedule, the passing to instruction on a normal day would be 35 to 329 minutes. For the 4x4, it's 21 to 360 minutes. So right there you can see that you get more instruction in your typical day. So we spend 11% of our normal day on the 7-block schedule walking around campus aimlessly, and only 5.8% on a 4x4 schedule. The other part is on a Wednesday, it's 35 to 268.8. And that comes out to 13% of your day would be walking around campus, while on a 4x4, it only jumps up 1.2% to 7% of your day. Like I said before though, the 8 classes that you're going to take at OHS and the 45 minutes extra comes out to 360 minutes per class extra. So my biggest concern is I don't understand why, if the EOCs and the new term for them is being changed and they are offering it in the winter, why we're taking away time in the classroom, because I seem like I can't get enough of that as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Long?
Could that student please stand? Are you a math major?
That's what OHS does. Not
Mr. Chairman, I know you said before, as Mr. Soto said, this is a data-driven board. There's some data. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin? Part the way for Caitlin. Good evening and welcome to you, Caitlin.
Hello.
Right up here.
Nice shirt.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Birchler, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the 2015 student body. I've been the president of the 2015 class for 3 years now. My fellow classmates, as well as the 2016 class, have worked long and hard through our high school years. During freshman year and the 2 years since, our guidance counselors have met with each individual student to set up our classes and to talk about our requirements to graduate. Being a teacher assistant in the office, I saw firsthand how hard our guidance counselors worked to get our schedules done before this coming year. Our teachers have spent numerous hours making lessons plans to educate us day by day and to make sure we're ready for our EOCs and other state tests. Those students who have excelled in their academics have been taking DE courses and might not have the opportunity to graduate because they set up their schedules early and planned on taking certain graduation requirements their senior year. I understand that there are many reasons why we should change the 4x4, but I highly believe this is the wrong time to do so. There's already been too much effort done by parents, students, administrators, and to make the 2015 and the 2016 classes graduate. I believe that if you truly feel that removing the 4x4 is necessary and more beneficial to the students of OHS, that we should wait until the 2016 students graduate. Changes this drastic need time, and 35 days before school begins is not enough time. Thank you for your time, and I hope you keep time in mind when making such an impactful decision.
Thank you, Caitlin. I do have some others that have signed up. I just want to make sure, I'm not sure if they're regarding this particular item or not. If you handed in one of these yellow slips of paper and you intended to speak on OHS, is anybody here? 'Cause there are some other subjects that people want to speak on this evening, so I just want to be sensitive to that.
What if I just leave one right now?
Come on. Yeah.
I think we charge a late fee if you bring them.
You're fine. You're fine. Absolutely. Welcome to you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi everyone, my name is Gabby, and I wasn't planning on speaking today, but like by listening to what everyone's saying, what most of you guys are talking about is like facts and figures and numbers, and it seems like the biggest concern is students who would have to take the EOC like way after their class is already over and done with. But what doesn't make sense to me is you go to a class to learn and to be educated, so why do you not remember anything when your class is already over? Like when you go take a class, you're there to I don't know, be a sponge and like absorb knowledge. So if you truly absorbed your knowledge, then you should be able to remember it. And you should be able to recall that. Like when we have to take ACTs and SATs and all of that, we have to remember Algebra 1, Algebra 2, if you take calculus, if you take whatever, every single class that you take in, you have to recall all of that. So why is an EOC that's just a couple of months later such a huge deal when we actually have to remember so many other things? And that's just like my one point, I guess. That's
Great. Thank you, Gabby. Thank you, Gabby. Mr. Wheeler?
Mr. Jones, would you like to address the audience?
Good evening, everyone. I understand that this is a very, very difficult change to accept. When I got to OHS, I made a comment to the faculty and the staff that I would always put students first and what is in their best interest. The decision that was made was not made lightly. And I respect everything that has been said here by the students and the parents. However, we are, again, looking at what is in the best interest of OHS students. This is not a subject that came up this year. This is a subject that has been, to my understanding, discussed for years now. And the biggest issue that I have a concern for, yes, is the timing of the change. I don't like the timing of the change. No one here likes the timing of this change. But my question would be, and I understand, I heard very clearly those students who said, let's delay it for a year so that we can adjust. I can agree with that. However, should we delay for a year what is going to be impactful to an entire student body right now, coming up this school term? As it was stated earlier, there are certain things that have been handed to us that we don't agree with, we don't like, but yet at the same time, difficult decisions have to be made. And I will never, ever be party to a decision that's going to be detrimental to our school, to our children, to their education. As far as giving notice, it is better to delay giving notice and get the right information out as opposed to rushing into answering questions or giving explanations when you don't have the full story. Once we got all of the information that was available to us, we put a plan in place to roll out the notices to parents, students, to the community. And no, again, it was not timely. It's very, very, very short notice. When I got to Osceola High School, they told me that, and I believe this since being there, that this is the best school in the district, that this is the flagship school of the district, that this is the school that everybody else looks up to. And many people have already said to me, we need to cowboy up and do what we need to do in order to move forward. And that's what I want to do as your leader of the school. Again, parents and students and community, I want you to really understand. Obviously, I'm new. I have to earn your trust, gain your trust in my leadership. But I would like for you to leave here tonight with the understanding that I will never, ever make a decision that's going to be detrimental to our student body. The decisions are based on what we believe is best for our students. No senior is going to have a situation where their needs are not addressed. No student will not get a schedule in time for classes. We have been working on flipping from the 4x4 to the 7th period day hours and hours. That's what we are charged doing. That's what we have to do. We have been looking at classes and changing classes and going back and forth and putting things in the right place so that before the 13th of August, you will have a schedule in your hand. And if it's not the right one, we're going to look at it and make the accommodations. That does not change, whether you're on a 4x4 or 7-period day. We're going to meet the needs of our students and what they need for dual enrollment, what they need for AP courses, what they need for world languages, or whatever the case might be, foreign languages. We're going to meet the needs of our students. I promise you that. Again, I apologize for the timeliness of this or the untimeliness of this change. Nobody wants to be in this situation that we're in right now. But sometimes you're dealt a hand that you just cannot avoid going any other direction. So I say to you, thank you for your concerns. I am going to work as hard as I can with our administrative team, our faculty, and our staff to make this as right can be in the short period of time that we have. And let's just cowboy up and do what we need to do to make this coming year a great year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
I didn't get a chance.
You're fine. Good evening. Thank you.
My name is Claire, and I'm going to be a junior this year, so I'm not personally affected as greatly as the seniors are going to be who have 2 foreign languages to still take that haven't taken them, which is going to be very hard with the new block schedule. But I would like to show everybody this from an athletic point of view. A lot of our athletes take the more hard classes the first semester if they have their sport going on in the second semester. It allows them a lot more time to do their homework and get things done, where if you want to do a sport while your more hard classes are going on, it's difficult and it leads to your grades dropping, and it doesn't work that way. But I also want to say that earlier, everybody's been mentioning today that we need to cowboy up, but if we went to Harmony, we'd need to Longhorn up. Or if we went to St. Cloud, we need to be better Bulldogs. So I don't think that really has anything to do with this meeting, and it's unnecessary. But this isn't just affecting our students on, oh, this is a bummer, we now have 7 classes instead of 4, this is just changing everything. You're changing our mentality. We're not used to this, and if this is such an inconvenience for everybody, then why are we doing it? I mean, I understood earlier that you said the state told us that we have to do this and we have to do that, but if there's enough of us, then why can't we make the state see from our point of view? Because when we were younger, that our parents always told us, if your parents or your friends tell you to jump off a bridge, are you going to jump off a bridge? You're going to make them see the better point of view why you should not jump off that bridge. So that's all I really have to say.
Great. Thank you, Claire. Okay. Ma'am, I see you in the back.
I would also like to speak.
You're fine. Good evening to you. Thank you, ma'am.
I am a senior. I'm going to be a senior this year. And I did my freshman and sophomore year in Gateway, and I was on the 7-block schedule. And being in both, I would have to say that being on a 4x4 is actually better. Being able to experience both of them, I can say it's better. I took EOC in both schools, and in a 4x4 and in a 7 class, the EOC has nothing to do with it because it all depends on the student and how much effort you put into being a well student and into studying. So the schedule really, I don't see how the EOC impacts us if we are able to take it also in the winter and in the spring. And I get what Mr. Jones is saying, and I received an email and a reply from him, and I appreciate it, but I still feel like not everybody's needs are going to be able to be met because it takes a while. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. It takes a while, even now on a regular schedule, for people's needs to be met, and counselors don't call you back till like about a couple weeks later. So with everybody's concerns now, how are all the seniors and all their needs going to be met when it's like a crisis right now? Thank you.
Great, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Long?
Just a quick question of our superintendent and Mr. Jones. I've heard two different concerns about counselors. Will we be able to add a counselor or two to the school to accommodate and make sure this is done in a quicker fashion?
Michael, you want to share how you're planning to help volunteers?
Mr. Long, I agree with you that it is concerning for me to hear that the callback time for parents or students is extended there. Far as the scheduling themselves, the goal is for the schedule to be available the week before open house. So parents would be able to look at those schedules. Mr. Long, if there is a concern from that, and Mr. Jones and I talk about it, and he does need some more resources out there to get through that first couple of weeks of schools, then we will assign some district staff out there. I'm like you, I would not want that to be the issue, and parents and students should be able to get a call back in a reasonable time, so we'll be glad to work on that one.
Thank you.
I just have a question. Parents still have not been notified. And you're saying there's a meeting on the 21st. The only parents that are going to know about that are the ones that are right here. I mean, you're talking, let's see, today's the 15th, 6 days from now. And we have still not been notified.
Mr. Rakes, would you like to address that?
I can address Mr. Jones.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't have any report cards. We don't report cards yet.
Right. Mr. Jones, why don't you come up? I know that you've been working towards that, and you may want to address that.
An IRIS call was put out today. Unfortunately, prior to today, the IRIS system was not up and functioning properly. My first attempt was Thursday, my second attempt was Monday. Today we were able to get onto the system to put out an IRIS call. I also put out an email today to all the faculty and staff, and that email will also go onto the school website, which should be on the school website by tomorrow. Again, based on the time frame that I was given to work with, I got this information out as soon as I possibly could. And yes, there will be a meeting Monday evening, 6 to 7:30 p.m. in the auditorium. We will open the doors at 5:30 p.m. in order for people to start seating themselves and give a little bit more detail about what will take place at OHS as far as schedules, as far as any concerns that you might have as students and parents.
Thank you.
Because I checked my voicemail and I do give them at my home number every time that I get one. And I checked my voicemail before I left here and I had no message.
Okay. Ms. Gleason, would you like to? No, Ms. Gleason. Okay.
Mrs. Gleason?
Yeah,
Mrs. Gleason, if you would come up as well, because everything we're doing is recorded as well for those that are watching from home or maybe watch later on, so we want to make sure that everything's captured for the public record.
Okay, I did put an IRIS call out today. We are prepared for it. We have extra hands on the phones. You may not have gotten it yet. It may come at various times throughout the night because they're uploading to Focus at the same time that they're still pulling from IRIS. So there's some problems with the Active Directory. Some of you may get it 2 or 3 times in one day or one night, and you may get it email, you may get it phone, you may get it text. So, but I can personally say that it did go out today. And we're letting you know, and we're sending flyers home with everybody that comes in our office. Are there any other questions
Thank
about
you.
notification?
And I think it goes without saying as well that Superintendent Dr. Akes, the district will be working alongside of Osceola High School as well to make sure that anything that they can do to make sure that the information gets out to the community, to the public, to the parents, to the students will take place as well. I mean, everyone's committed to making sure that information does get in the right hands as quickly as possible. And we all recognize the very short timeline that everybody's working with on this. I mean, bear in mind that this is an information item coming to the school board tonight as well. We're all dealing with this together. So,
Just to say another quick note on that, for some reason it's pulling 5,000 people up on our system, so 5,000 people in Kissimmee are getting that call.
Thank you. Is this Miss Gleason? Yeah. Okay. Come on up. Good evening to you as well, ma'am.
Thank you.
And if you would, name and address of the record.
My name is Charlotte Gleason, 6000 Cole Court, St. Cloud.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm a guidance counselor at Osceola High School, so one of the counselors that you guys have been talking about. And we have been we have been working really, really hard to change everything. And I'm here more to speak on behalf of the students, because when it comes to me personally, my job as a counselor is going to be 1,000,000 times easier on block schedule. Because instead of the kids having pretty much 2 years of schooling in 1 year, now they just have 1 year. So my job's done at the beginning of the year. I don't really think that that's going to benefit the students, which is why I'm here. The students on 4x4, for example, Jana, who you guys want to be this math major, she would be able to go all the way up to Calc 2, maybe even Calc 3 on block scheduling, which is why a lot of dual enrollment students throughout the county want to come to Osceola, or wanted to come to Osceola on the 4x4 schedule. And I know that it has a little bit more to do than just with this test. The test, we've gone through that before. With the FCAT at the beginning, with the Algebra EOC, it was only offered at the end of the year. But we made it work. We offered intensive math the first semester for our lower kids, and then Algebra 1 the second semester. Our higher level kids didn't take it until the second semester. We made it work. We've made it work before. And then the last thing I was going to say is that with the additional counselor, this is just me venting, sorry guys, we're worried about money, and for some reason schools that have half the population as us have the same personnel. Why does a school that has half our size need 5 counselors when our school went this year with 3 counselors? It was a very exhausting year. Over 2,000 students with 3 counselors, when we're wasting money at other schools that have 1,400 students and 5 counselors. If that's something you want to look at when it comes to money, that's something totally different. So that's all I have to say.
You are your mother's daughter.
Thank you, ma'am. Young lady, I see you. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Alicia. I'm going to be a senior this year at Osceola. I volunteer there Monday through Wednesday, and I'm also have been a office intern. I see how these guidance counselors go through this and the constant work they're put through with all these students, and I don't see how you're putting on more work for them in this 7 by class schedule. You're telling us to cowboy up. Why don't you guys cowboy up and answer our questions with the DE and our foreign languages and stuff? We're not going to be able to finish. Sorry, I'm nervous.
You're okay.
That we're not going to be able to finish because of this 7 class schedule. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
And Alicia, I want you to know as well, Dr. Akes did address at the beginning where he said that we'll make accommodations, we'll make sure students get their foreign languages, we'll make sure that they get all those pieces in place.
And when are we getting this information?
Yep. All of that is working through it right now. I mean, okay. Young lady, did you have one? Yes. Good evening to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or rather a lack of a good afternoon. You know, when you're coming up here and you're trying to figure out, you know, what am I going to say to convince everybody? But it seems like on the board, you know, you understand what's going on, and you said that, you know, we're slaves to what, you know, your bosses have to say. But honestly, slavery's gone. We need to stand up for what we believe in, and that's exactly what we're doing right now. So we're cowboys, we're pioneers, and we had the 4x4 schedule, and that's a pioneering effect. And it's helped us get higher graduation rates. We've retained so much more knowledge on a 4x4 because personally I know, and I know a lot of my friends and students here, when you have a 4x4, you get more attention from the teacher. You have less time walking around the campus because, you know, with 7 periods,
You have to take roll call for all 7 periods. That's time wasted. Instead, on a 4x4, you'll have 8 classes, but it's split up throughout the year and you get to talk more with each teacher, and instead of them just scraping by with a little lesson plan for the 35 minutes that's left after taking roll call, then you actually get to do experiments, say in science class. They don't just teach you what's in the book, they actually show you because they have the time. Here I looked up some facts here, and it's amazing that across the country people are doing tests to see how great 4x4 is. Everyone's trying to adopt 4x4, but yet right here figuring out, well, why should we get rid of it? You know, like we should be talking right now, why don't all the other high schools have 4x4? Because that seems to work. This is a study that I found online, and it's by Brown University, which is an Ivy League, and they're looking into this. And they found that standardized test scores are maintained compared to other 7-period schools. No additional funding is necessary. Improvement in discipline, because the students actually get a hold of and create a relationship with their students rather than having to memorize 25 students with 7 classes. You only have 4 classes, and you get to actually have a relationship with them, get to know more than just, oh, this is the subject I'm teaching you, that's it, and come back with the homework tomorrow so we can probably scrape by with some more lesson plans tomorrow. Instead, we get a personal relationship and we get to grow more. We get more opportunities, and that's what's getting me upset, is because you're taking away opportunities with this. For instance, I love art and I love to draw, and I may not be able to take a class. I may not be able to take the art class that I've been fighting for to take my senior year because I have to scrape by with 7 classes, basically. So unfortunately, this is the case, and I hope everyone here sees what all of us have been fighting for. So please take that into consideration, and instead of rushing this plan, just give it a year. Planning takes a while to do this big transition. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Kendall Castello. I was the senior class president of 2014, this just graduated class. I just want to say, every year that we have been in the school system, we have been preparing for the next level. Elementary school prepared us for middle school prepared us for high school, and high school is supposed to prepare us for college, which prepares us for life. And what I don't understand is, with the 4x4 schedule, you get the feel of college, you get the feel of hour-and-a-half classes. You don't sit in a college course for 45 minutes. You are there for at least 2 hours. With the 4x4 schedule, you build that relationship, which, in some cases you do in college with your professor, and you absorb knowledge better when it's from someone that you actually care about. And with the 4x4 schedule, you get to know your teacher, you get to ask them little questions about themselves, and they can go on a little tangent and still have time to teach you what they came to teach you. With 7 classes, I just don't see how that's realistic in a college perspective, when you're only there 45 minutes max. Your teacher barely knows you, you barely know your teacher. Yeah, it's all year, but all year goes by really quick, especially your senior year, which all of the seniors in the class of 2015, they establish relationships with their peers, yes, but there are teachers that are only senior teachers, and they're not going to get that relationship like I got. I got relationships with all of my teachers because of the 4x4 class, and it made my senior year more memorable. And I just don't want to see that happen to, the graduating class of 2015. or anyone for that matter. I say we just keep the 4x4 schedule forever.
Mr. Wheeler?
Yeah, I just want to address something real quick. The 7-period schedule is not the devil we're demonizing it to be. I've got a daughter who's going to be a senior at Celebration High School in the IB program. Believe it or not, in 7 periods, she's made relationships with teachers. She's being well prepared for college. So, which is not a criticism of the 4x4 schedule, but don't automatically go and demonize a 7-period schedule. There's a lot of students all over this county, all over this country on that schedule, flourishing, doing well, well prepared for college, making great relationships with teachers. So I wouldn't automatically go and say, well, if we go to this schedule versus that schedule, the sky's going to fall. It's not going to happen.
And the opposite is true as well.
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am.
Hello. So my name's Alexandra, and I'm a rising senior at OHS. And I want to come from a different perspective, and I agree with what everyone has been saying, and I acknowledge the fact that EOCs are very important. I came from a middle school that was in New York, so when I came to Florida and started OHS, 4x4 was something that was really insane to me. It was awesome, but EOCs were also a problem for me because I took biology my freshman year, my first semester, but the EOC would be at the end of the second semester. But I cowboyed up, and I actually passed my EOC, and I did more than 30%, well, because I absorbed all the knowledge from a 90-minute class period. So I don't understand that if all of these students that have been here before and have taken the EOCs while having classes their first semester, why can't our incoming students also do the same thing? If we went through that hardship of, oh, am I going to do all my EOC, why can't they as well? And I acknowledge the fact that, EOCs are really important, but there are also, those questions need to be answered about dual enrollment and about foreign languages. There, 2 years of foreign language cannot be squished into one. And personally, I think that if we're going to accommodate for 1 year, whatever the answer may be, I would love to have 2 years worth of knowledge of a foreign language. So I really think that 4x4 is something that really benefits us. And if we cowboy up, I think that the incoming students can also cowboy up too.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. No, you're fine. Good evening and welcome to you. And Cheryl, if you would, name and address for the record, please.
Cheryl Tuxbury, 1905, Marble Avenue, Kissimmee, Florida.
Thank you, ma'am.
I wasn't going to speak, but one thing that has not been brought up, you're worried about these tests in the spring. I have a son that has graduated from OHS and is currently in college. Because of OHS and the AP test that he took in the spring, that he took the class in the fall, he passed it and he got credit for it. If these kids are taking these AP classes in the fall and taking the test in the spring, like you're saying is going to be such a problem, and they're doing it, again, agreed with the other ones. So we do a remedial for those that aren't able to do it. They do a remedial math, then they take the Algebra 1 or so forth right before they take the test. But I'm agreeing with the students that say, if we're teaching our students properly and not teaching them to take a test, we're teaching them to learn the material. Then come the class in the fall, come the spring, they're gonna remember it. Number one. Number two, my son, I have a junior as well who is still at the high school. He'll be a junior this year. He has struggled his entire life. He has fought hard, and I'm very proud of where he's at. But I am concerned that if we take away the 4x4, students like him are going to quit. And I'm just being honest with you. They're going to give up and they're going to quit. He needs that 90 minutes with that one class, because by the time he gets in there and gets settled, it's time for him to get up and move. For his brain to get settled again, it's time to move. Some of our students need that extra time. And for those students, they're going to get lost. And I'm sorry, our graduation rate is going to drop and our dropout rate is going to increase. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening. Welcome. You're welcome.
like to talk about, it's just the time for it. I took an AP class this year, and AP classes are very hard, and you need that 90 minutes for it in order to understand. Also in middle school, I had the 7 periods, and I took Algebra 1, which is a high school class, and it was very hard to keep up because she had to keep on going and keep on talking, and you couldn't absorb it. But when I took the high school classes in the 90 minutes, it was so easy, and it just came to, I can't imagine what next year is going to be like, because middle school was kind of easy. High school, it's not easy, and I was in athletics, and I would come home and I would do all this homework just from like my 4 classes, and I'd have to study for tests, and I'd sometimes have to do projects, and I just can't imagine I have 7 classes, and then I'll have to have projects, and I'll have to have homework. I won't be able to mathematics, and I won't be able to really apply myself like I should, and I've been able to with these 4 classes, and that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, we only have one time in.
But I feel like I should be able to respond about the EOCs.
No, ma'am. But I do. Yes, sir. You're welcome to come up. No, that's fine. Come on up.
I just have one quick thing to say that it kind of has to do with the 4x4 schedule, but it really doesn't. At the beginning of the presentation, he said it's a democracy. It's about listening and changing, but I look at all you guys and you understand what we're talking about, but you're not going to change it, and you know that. So I questioned even coming today because I knew you guys weren't going to change it. And I just wish you'd understand the passion that these people have and they're bringing, and make a change. Don't just sit there and look at us and nod your head every once in a while. Make a change. It doesn't need to be changed. If it's not broke, don't fix it. That's what my mom always told me. Thank you.
Mrs. Horn?
Young man, I'll march with you to Tallahassee. Want to go?
Point, Mr. Soto?
Yeah. You know, so far there's been a lot of students and parents that, you know, have had the opportunity, first of all, you know, had the benefit of hearing from the district, you know, from their perspective, and, you know, and their reasoning as to why they had to make the change. You also had the opportunity and benefit to hear from the principal as well, and everything that went into making this change. And I guess a lot of you, I would say right now that I'm very proud of the students that have come up here and spoken. They're articulate. What they speak about is well-reasoned, it's logical, and you know, like I said, I'm very proud of you. You're obviously very good students, very good people, well-educated. And what you face right now is a big challenge. It's a big challenge to the district. It's a big challenge to the principal and to the board, because we are as well concerned, and we are your voices here, not necessarily the districts, you know, that who we represent. And so what we see here, and I know there's going to be a lot more of you who want to make your comments, and we will afford you that opportunity, but we don't want you to think that this was just a done deal and we don't care about what you're saying, which is what's implied. It may seem that way, but in fact, what's going on, at least in my mind, is what more can we do to see if we can reach a middle ground. Maybe this is not the end of what it's going to be in the end. Maybe this is something more to do here, so. With that spirit, I would like to say to you that I've been listening, and I think that, like I said, I've heard some of the most logical and well-reasoned from that podium in a while, and it came from students. And so, you know, I'm inspired by that, and I'm pretty sure the district is as well.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Long?
For the student that said, don't be just sitting there with a straight face and we're not going to do anything. Young man, I was where you were at several years ago, standing at the podium trying to get the district to do something. And it took several times to fill this room to get it done. So I listened to everything. I listened to both sides of the issue. I noticed that most of the people standing there, some out in the hallway there, said one word together. And that one word was how. When it was brought up, how can we accommodate all the students? That's my concern. I want to make sure every student is accommodated so that they can get the best education possible, so they can go on to college or wherever they're going to go. Those that asked that question, how, let me hear it again. How? Is there anyone here, our superintendent, Mr. Akes, Mr. Jones, that can say, how can we accommodate, especially the senior class, to make sure that it gets done?
And the juniors.
Sure. Superintendent, Mr. Jones, or Dr. Akes?
How it's going to get done is that, again, the district has assured us they're going to provide whatever resources that we need in order to make sure that every senior, every junior, and it's not just the juniors and the senior, but every student at Osceola High School schedule is looked at and taken care of for however long it takes, for whatever it takes. We're going to have people in place to make sure that your schedules are correct, that you're going to get the classes that you need for your graduation requirements. We're not overlooking that. We're not taking that lightly at all. This was very much taken into consideration. We understand that concern. I promise you, every senior's schedule is being looked at. We're working on that from the time school opens up until late at night, making sure that we have everything in place that we possibly can have in order to assure you and your children that they're going to get the courses that they need, that are required for their graduation. I don't know if Mr. Akes want to expound any more on that, but we're going to do what is needed to get the job done.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Can I say something? Can I speak?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
My name is Jimmy Wells. My granddaughter attends Osceola High School.
Address for the record as well, Mr.
1505 East Oakleaf Lane.
Thank you, sir.
I wasn't going to get up and talk this evening, but I can't stand to sit here and watch basically 5 people just sit here and not do anything. And when you opened up your comments, basically you said there's nothing you can do. You're the school board. You can do anything. You can overrule the superintendent. I looked in the duties of the superintendent. All her things are based on recommendations to the board. There's nothing there that says she has total autonomy to do what she chooses to do without the checks and balances of this school board. And I think from what I heard here tonight, I think you owe it to these parents and particularly to these students, because to get those people back on track again this start of the school year, the first month of this school year is going to be wasted in a huge shuffle of schedule changes. That means that you're going to affect their education for this coming year. And if you're really, really concerned about the student and their education, then man up, cowby up, whatever you want to call, and overrule the superintendent and do what's right for these people here, because they deserve it. And I know the 4x4, you disagree with it, but at least when you make the transition, realize what you're doing in the transition. You're killing this year because you're so out of sorts to try to get this thing jammed through and crammed through. You're going to have students that are going to show up the first day of school that are not going to have any clue
what they're facing with because they might have just got back from vacation. So please, listen to what's going on here. It's not a bunch of crazies out here. They're really concerned about their kids, and I hope you're concerned about their kids.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wheeler?
I know that you are all here because you feel so strongly and because of your concerns. So the question I've got is really from Mrs. Luciano, more than anybody else. Mr. Wells brings up a good point relative to, we can't afford to waste. I don't believe anybody's going to have a wasted year. I can't believe that. So with that said, the question I've got for you in making this change, Mrs. Luciano, explain what additional resources are going to be available to Osceola High School to make sure this happens smoothly. So Mr. Jones, because he's got to run a school, and I appreciate that he's got to run a school. He believes in this, and you believe in this. Meanwhile, you got 2,500 plus students, you got their parents, you got all this, so, and we had a guidance counselor speak. So what additional resources are going to be at Osceola High School between now and through as long as Mr. Jones decides he figures he needs them, so that we're in a position where we can provide what we have to do, or is this something you're willing to reconsider? So I guess it's two parts. Answer it as you see fit.
Whatever Mr. Jones needs, we will be able to support from district level. Dr. Akes has already spoken, I know, with Yanela Vallis, with Sarah Schumacher. These are individuals here at district office who would be able and available. And as a matter of fact, I think Dr. Akes had talked about having some other guidance counselors come in, if necessary, to assist them in getting this done.
Well, how many guidance counselors do we think we'll need to make sure that this happens smoothly?
That I do not know.
I guess somebody needs to know that, because we want to make sure we get this
I am
handled.
sure that Mr. Jones would have a good idea with Dr. Akes in conversation.
Well, I would encourage you all to figure that out right away, and if you need something, let me know, please.
Good evening to you, sir. Welcome. And if you would as well, name and address for the record.
Jonathan Nichols. My address is 3735 Greenwood Boulevard. I am a teacher at OHS. I'm also the faculty chair for the faculty there. I can tell the parents, we will get your kids where they need to be. I know the teachers that we have. No matter what we get, we were going to help your kids out no matter what it is. If it's a 4x4, if it's this, we are going to be there for your students, no matter what. I do have to say that as a teacher, this late in the game, it is kind of hurtful that we would wait this long to tell us. I have friends who are teachers at OHS. They have already spent a month working on all of their lesson plans. I have people who have gone to in-services because they were going to be on a 4x4 schedule. That whole in-service was a waste. We have to look at our timing, because I just think it's inappropriate to wait so long in the game to a month before school starts to let this happen. But again, we will work with all these kids. I know that. We will cowboy up. We will be the teachers we are, and we will get them where they need to be. But it is sad that we have to wait this long.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to make sure, there's Melcy Zambrana. You didn't want to speak on this topic, right? There was a different subject? Or am I wrong? Different subject, okay. And then Michael Barber, I see you're on a different subject.
It's the same subject. It's on the consent agenda.
No, you want to talk about item 18, right?
Yes, item 18.
Okay, yeah, that's a separate item. So I just want to make sure that I get through everybody. And then Maria Teresa, if I'm reading that correctly, was it a separate subject, I believe? Same subject or separate? Okay, well then I want to welcome you up as well. Oh, as the, okay, got it. And then Emmanuel?
Once again, I'll be the same.
Okay. I just want to make sure before we moved on to a different subject that anybody that had an interest in speaking that already handed one of these in had a chance to do so. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to ask a question.
Sure.
I know there's no answer, but. My name is Robin Clemens, 657 Adrian Park Circle.
Great.
My son is a junior, and it seems like I hear a lot about the seniors, but not about the juniors. They have been planning their grades before they ever went to OHS, most of them, especially the ones who have tried to accelerate, and OHS's block has allowed them for that. My concern is, I got very concerned about dual enrollment, because he qualifies, he's going to begin it. When I went to the office yesterday, they're telling me nobody knows about this at dual enrollment up on the, the west side campus of Valencia. So it seems to me this is very rushed. We're gonna have problems. I think they need to, I'm not arguing, I like 4x4, but to rush it through the 7 period, this is the wrong time. You gotta give these kids, if, for instance, some of them knew before the summer this was gonna happen, they may have decided to take some online courses. The schedules and the knowledge that they had. I think they need more notice. That's very, and the fact that Valencia isn't even aware, now maybe this lady was just one, but the office is telling me they have not heard from them. That's a problem. Because are they going to offer dual enrollment? Nobody's answering that. But a lot of these 11th and 12th graders, that's where they're going. Also, the 4x4 allowed them to be on campus. So, and the problem is that now those classes are filling up off campus. So now our kids are not finding out what's going on. They're not going to be able to do that because those classes are full. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Mr. Long?
I'm not an expert in this area, but I am an expert in listening. It's what I do best, I guess. So my question is, which I'm hearing from out there, I don't know if there's an ability to have a hybrid of this for allow the seniors. I know we don't have a lot of student stations to be able to do this, so the juniors and seniors can go along with the 4x4 and allow the freshmen and sophomores to go to the 7 block. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if it's possible. I heard Dr. H at Aches at the beginning. So I would like to hear again, I'm interested to hear the ramifications if we held off for 1 year and kept it a 4x4. Because it might not come out the way you want it, but I want to hear the ramifications if we held off and had one year to keep it at the 4x4. There was a lot said there that was put up on the board, and I know we went through fast. And I know as someone that used to sit out there, I was focused. I had tunnel vision because I only had one concern. I didn't want to hear anything about anything. I just wanted to hear my specific needs. So I'd like to hear from Dr. Aches again on the ramifications if we held off for 1 year. Putting you on the spot, but you're the expert at it.
If a person can't answer a question on the spot, in my position, then you have to question the skill set that they bring to the table, right? All right. This past year, let's just talk about our 10th graders that's coming up right now. Our 10th grade kids that will be taking the ELA for their graduation requirement, okay? The passing percentage for 9th grade last year was 36% on your FCAT, one of the lowest in the districts. So whenever OHS is talking about, are we willing for that 10th grade group to have to pass that ELA with the writing component in it for graduation, that's the ramifications of it, okay? So my heart goes out for the juniors and the seniors. So the question is, how can we accommodate in some hybrid fashion the needs of the dual enrollment and the AP courses that are going on? We can, and we've talked about that, and maybe it wasn't clear enough what I presented on that. When we talk about pairing up to work out the foreign language requirement, we're actually talking about blocking, for example, a 5th period and a 6th period for a foreign language, so the time you would be in it would be similar to a block schedule. This would allow for those students to actually get both of those credits. We're planning to do the same thing for those dual enrollment courses. So for the dual enrollment courses that were on campus, there should be no change to that ability within this time period. What it does change for is for those kids that were, the passing percentage was 36, so there were 74% of the kids that were not prepared or did not pass it that have to pass these other EOCs. They get continuous instruction with that teacher that is certified in that area throughout the school year. The ramifications for freshmen and sophomore and their ability to meet those requirements are really, there's a lot at stake with that. So our plan is to be able to pair those classes that those kids need and want to take for dual enrollment. Doesn't change anything that's going to be offered at Valencia. If they've already registered for that, we want to be able to accommodate that. And literally, the progression that I would see taking place next, not next week, but the next, is that Mr. Jones and those counselors start working their way backwards, meeting with senior parents, then junior parents, and then by the time we get ready to hand out schedules and open house, we would be able to do that. So I do think that needs to be considered when we talk about that. Now, there was some discussions about the EOCs and, well, you could take them mid-year. You could take Algebra 1 EOC mid-year. You could take Geometry EOC mid-year. And that the contact was made with the Florida Department of Education. And of course, they're going to tell you, yes, you can take those assessments mid-year. The problem is that they're on the wrong standards, and they won't be the standards that we're teaching, nor will they be the standards that will be in the textbooks, okay? Okay, now when we look at that, you have to be considering, so you want students to take an assessment that they're not being prepared for, that counts for graduation, and that they have to pass to graduate, or do you want to go ahead and put the right standards and the right materials in place and then make sure they get continuous education all year long in that? I think the ramifications for that junior and senior class, we need to be able to accommodate them with being able to pair those classes up and try to create some kind of, Mr. Long, if you called it a hybrid, then maybe that would be the way to look at it. But we also have a lot at stake for these freshmen and for these sophomores who have higher state assessments in place that we need to make sure we're preparing for that. So that's what I see in the marking there and what needs to be considered. The stakes are high and the graduation requirements are being ratcheted up.
I like the idea, maybe I didn't hear that the first time I went through about pairing up those classes. I hope those answers several of the questions there that came out there. We're trying to accommodate everybody and yet prepare for these new standards. That's
yes,
where,
sir.
that's where I'm at.
The other comprehensive high schools have been successful, have greater acceleration points with their dual enrollment and AP courses. And I think that when we go to that, these kids will still have the opportunity, whether it's on campus and the OHS staff, that we have a lot of them that are certified that are able to do the dual enrollment on the campus, or whether they go to Valencia. So it's a pertinent question, and I appreciate you asking me and putting me on the spot about it. I'm okay with that.
Thank you, Superintendent.
I just want to share with you how much I appreciate everyone coming in and having this conversation. And I want you to know that we took this very seriously in having the conversation amongst district level and school level administration, and did not come to this decision lightly. We took into consideration what would happen to our children, every single student at that school. And that's why we have made this decision. And with the support of district level, we will help Mr. Jones and all staff members and students at that school become successful and go through this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Horn.
I feel that the timing is really not right for this. I personally, speaking for myself, Barbara Horn, feel like this should be delayed. If at all possible, if at all possible.
Mr. Wheeler?
I've heard from parents, students, teachers, it's, ad nauseum that you all think that this is going to be a problem, and I knew that there'd be problems with this. I guess the question I've got for Mrs. Luciano, Dr. Akes, and Mr. Jones, do you think that making this change now will bring greater success this year to Osceola High School than it did last year. That's what it comes down to. I've heard let that. I mean, it's a simple question, and I haven't really heard that. So,
Dr. Ace has done a lot of the data analysis.
what do you think?
What I'm going to say is that I know that children who have a lapse of 4 months between having a course and then taking a test will probably have a harder time retaining the information and therefore would not do as well on their course.
Okay.
Please show the superintendent respect, and anyone else that has the floor. Thank you.
Dr. Akes, what do you think? The question's simple. Do you think Osceola High School results will be better this year with this change than if we stick to what we have?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jones?
Yes, I think the results will be better. I told you I will not lie to you. I will.
Please, we listen to you.
Yes, I do think that the results, the performance of our students will be better being on a 7-period day and having continuous instruction going on throughout the year. I said before that, I'm not, the 4x4 is a system that has worked for Osceola High School, but circumstances have changed. Circumstances have changed. This is not something that, again, I came into the principalship of Osceola High School saying, oh, we're going to go off the 4x4. No, there was no discussion about going off of the 4x4. I know that circulates out there. When information is provided, again, it is my responsibility to look at it and try to make the best possible decision along with the district as what would be best for our students. I'm not going to do something that I'm not going to agree with something that I think is not best for our students. I know the majority of you in here do not agree with that, and I understand that and I respect that, I really do. But my job is to take care of the entire school and to do what's best for the students at Osceola High School. I mean that, I believe that. And again, I understand your frustration. I understand it. This was not something that was planned. Obviously, if it had been planned, we would have given it more time to be rolled out.
Okay, now, let me finish. I've been here a while. We're spoiled in Osceola County. We have all A and B high schools right now. When I first got elected, there were no A high schools at all. None, not one in this county. The graduation rate was 16 points lower than we are now. I fought long and hard for our schools to improve. I've asked the 3 experts in this room who've got to make it work. They've got to make it work. Mr. Wells, you brought up a good point, but you remember when I first got elected, there were no A high schools here. There were no B high schools here. Now they're all A and B high schools. So these are the 3 people I've got to trust to make this work, the leaders of this district. The teachers, you had your faculty representative speak. I know you all care about these kids. You're going to do what's right for these kids. And I've got to believe that these people are doing what's in the best interest of these students. I'm not a professional educator, but I know results. We've gotten good results, and I believe we'll continue to. So I've got to believe in what these people are telling me. They're the ones who, and if they don't make it work, I've got to hold them accountable. It's that simple, and they know I will.
Yeah, if you haven't already spoken, you come on up.
I just have something small to say. Hi. If we have already set up our Valencia classes, how is that going to be accommodated? And I understand that you guys are concerned and that you're working hard to put forth 7 classes. Why can't we work equally as hard to make this 4x4 work? Obviously, it has been working, and I think it means something that this entire school board room and hallway is filled with students that we care. We are taught to stand up for what we care for and what we believe, and that's exactly what we're doing today. And I think if we work hard enough to work with you guys, that we can make this 4x4 work.
instead of having to change everything around. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
How are you? Joe Beach, 2612 Florence Drive, Kissimmee, Florida. I have sat in here and I was not going to speak. My husband's over there. He's just amazed that I'm doing this because I speak all the time. I want to say a couple things. Charlotte Gleason is a guidance counselor, and she comes into the classrooms and pulls every kid out of my classroom during a class where I teach an EOC class. So you're looking at a teacher, you're looking at Mr. Nichols who does the AP. I do the EOC classes. Hopefully not next year, but I will. I'm a short-termer in this whole thing, right, Mark? I'm a short-termer. So I'm speaking for the people that are sitting out there that want you to listen to them. We take EOCs, and I believe Sherry, who was Wells back in the days, said that there is an opportunity for EOCs to be taken in November. Oh, wait. That said that we end our 9 weeks in December. We don't. We end it in January. So we take the EOC this past year in November, almost 6 weeks before the end of the school year, the end of the 4x4. We took the EOC in American government right around the Korean War in my class, because that's all I had time to get to because it was April and we ended in June. So if there is an EOC available to be taken again in winter and again in spring, then if we're doing all of this because the EOC is running the school, and I understand the testing, I understand testing because I've been around it for a while, but if we're changing everything because the EOC, you know, the kids that take AP classes, they might not have taken the EOC and they might not realize that we did EOCs twice a year. So again, if I teach American history in the fall and they can't pass it in the April, that's kind of sad on what I did as a teacher. But they are taking it when they're in my class in November if they are done in January. So about the Korean War, if they get a question on Kennedy, Nixon, it could get shifty. Charlotte takes kids out of the class. She cannot do what you're talking about. And now I'm going to jump off a wild subject. We might have low scores because last year we had 19 teachers that did not have a classroom to themselves. They rode from room to room to room to room. And this year it's going to be just as bad with the portables in the back. We have tons of kids. The other day I was in there doing something and 20 kids had enrolled in one day. And we're not getting any portables until kids show up on campus. I get it, because there have been times in the school years where that's happened. But if our scores were low, maybe it's because the teachers didn't have a home, a room, an office to work in. They had to pick up their stuff and run to the next room. And a lot of times those teachers are the ones that teach the lower classes, the algebras, the geometries, okay? AP teachers don't run from room to room, to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
I'm James, and what's it called? At Osceola, with the way the lunches are set up, there's 3 lunches. And from what I've heard, at Osceola now there's going to be 1 lunch that's for an hour. All the students are supposed to go into it. Last year we had over 2,000 students. How are we going to fit it in our lunchroom? Are we going to send students off campus to go get lunch when at Osceola we have a very high population of students that are having free lunch, can't pay for their lunch? How are they going to go off campus and get lunch when within the 30 minutes of splitting them up into 3 different lunches, some of them couldn't even eat their lunch because they didn't have enough time? Now we're going to force all the students to get the same lunch, and they're going to have to wait in the lines that are going from door to door anyways. And with all the movement, people are automatically going to have problems no matter where you go to school. So with more movement causes more problems. Why do we want more problems if we can have less problems with less movement?
Thank you, sir. Okay. Yes, ma'am. And then we are going to take a brief recess here in just a moment as well.
My name is Regina Irizar, 4450 Henry J. Avenue, St. Cloud. I am a OHS alumni and over 20-year veteran faculty member of OHS. I've graduated all three of my own children who have amassed over 160 hours of dual enrollment credit during that time, saving me over $100,000. They had amazing opportunities by the fact that we were on the 4x4 and that they could take. My son just finished Calculus 2, which will be impossible for any starting freshman on a 7-period day. They will not be able to finish Calculus 2 during that time period. I just want to say, almost 20 years ago, when we decided to go on the 4x4, we spent a year traveling the country, visiting schools, having faculty meetings, having in-services and training to teach our teachers how to teach a 90-minute block so that we would be effective educators. And you're expecting us in 35 days to change to half the time period, to change our entire teaching methodology. We have many faculty members at our school who have never taught a 45-minute class period. And they need training, they need help so that they can be effective educators in a shorter period of time. It is a very different schedule from a teaching perspective. It is a very different schedule from a student perspective. And I agree with the fact that it's rushed, but the truth is that we have been hearing for years that the district wants to do away with the 4x4. And it's just being pushed through now in a rushed method. But the truth is that you want to get rid of it, and we don't want to get rid of it, not just this year. We don't want to get rid of it. We love the 4x4. Our students love the 4x4. Our faculty love the 4x4. It is an effective method proven by our scores across the county, across the district when compared to other schools. We have always managed to prepare our students in the best way possible. This 30% schedule thing has been going on for 4 or 5 years. The EOCs has been coming, and every year they say this is going to be a problem, and every year we meet as a faculty, we address the concerns, and we have found a way to solve the problems, and we can still find a way to solve the problems. Thank you.
Again, I want to thank everybody for coming this evening. We are going to take a recess. When we come back, I do know there's some other people that did want to speak as well, so we'll make sure we get back to that. We're going to take about a 3 to 5 minute recess at this time. You might have to help me, Todd.
Quiet, please.
We're going to go ahead and reconvene the school board meeting at this time. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your patience during our recess. And at this time, I do know that Mr. Barber, are you still here and wish to speak?
I am. Are we moving up to item 18?
Yes, sir. Under public comment, we're still under. So if you want to discuss that, you could. Obviously, I would just say again, I understand the subject matter you want to speak on, so you want to make sure we're
Could
sensitive
I have a
to-
moment to confer with my client given the unique circumstances
Yes,
we're
sir.
in right now?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
While he's conferring, can I say something?
Sure, absolutely, sir.
Hi, my name is Ben Summers, 2030 Cattle Drive, Kissimmee, Florida. Real quick, you know, the 4x4 program is real important to just my son. If you guys notice, I have a Liberty hat on. I'm also a head coach at Liberty High School, and I see where the kids really struggle with the 7 periods, and where my son's excelling in the 4x4. You know, he's going in as a junior. He only needs 3 credits to actually complete high school. I was just talking to Mr. Jones. Sorry, I'm a little nervous too. He just told me that there is going to be room and decisions for the 4x4 for the college kids that are going to be going into dual enrollment. I don't think that's really been expressed, that most of the parents and the kids here are all on the higher end of the education, and they're really concerned with the dual enrollment. And I think that we're really bypassing what is really at the heart and the issue is here. It is the dual enrollment, and I don't think that that the board and you guys are getting that and driving that home. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Absolutely. Sir? I see.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Counselor, members of the board. I have conferred with my client, and we will be waiving confidentiality to have our opportunity to be heard. I understand that whether we're heard tonight or not, a decision will be made. So he has chosen, when given the options of his legal right to confidentiality or his legal right to be heard, due process, he's going to choose to waive his confidentiality.
Thank you. And if you would, before you get started, name and address to the record as
Yes.
well.
Michael Barber, 1945 East Michigan Street, Orlando, 32806, Umansky Law Firm. What I was here to discuss is consent item number 18. You all know what the allegations are. I'm not going to broadcast them any more unnecessarily than I have to. However, I would argue that this is one isolated incident, and based on what was said before, obviously in different contexts, we should look at this in totality of the circumstances and the specific context that this happened in. My client is a rising senior. Essentially, the recommendation for expulsion would deprive him of the rest of his high school year, or rest of his high school career. There will be no opportunity to return back. I know much was made of that in the administrative review hearing. However, this is his only opportunity to graduate and to move on. Essentially, I would also like to argue that the actual allegations or charges aren't fully supported by the facts. I know he was alleged to have engaged in distribution, whereas in the reality, if we look at the totality of the circumstances, factually speaking, it was mere simple possession. All he did was he possessed a single small bag. Dean's coming to talk to him. He panicked. He was acting in a state of fear. He tossed it at someone else to get rid of it. That's not distribution. That's what any child does. You throw it away, you hide the evidence. It doesn't support distribution, but mere possession. While granted, both under the matrix do mandate a recommendation for expulsion, it should serve as some sort of mitigation. When we're here today, even though it's a recommendation, it is in your discretion, the 5 board members here today. I would ask you to utilize that discretion, look at the mitigation presented by the facts of this case, look at the mitigation presented by looking at him as a totality of the circumstances, his entire high school career, outside this one specific incident, and allow him to return and finish up his high school career and move on to college. I know it was stated before by Superintendent Luciano, everything needs to be looked at by taking everything into consideration and putting the interest of the child first. If we're going to put the interest in the child first and the interest of all the children at that school, Harmony High School, there is no danger presented to any of the other children. He doesn't pose any threat. The only harm that's going to come from upholding a recommendation or expulsion, not letting him return to Harmony High School, is a harm to that individual student with no benefit, whereas allowing him to return poses no harm to any of the students there. However, we'll give the added benefit of allowing one additional good student to obtain his diploma and move on to college.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Mr. Glassman, did you have anything you want to add before we move forward on this?
No, I think you should just move forward.
Okay, thank you. I do have Melcy Zambrana as well, and ma'am, I am coming to you. Come on. Good evening to you, ma'am. Again, I would ask that you state your name and address for the record, and then I know you've already received advice from your counsel regarding confidentiality and the fact that it can't be protected in this venue.
Melcy Zambrana, 2571 Cove Court, St. Cloud, Florida. I'm just here to stand up for my son. I just want to clarify that my son is not a drug addict. He had possession of marijuana. It was given to him. He never tried. And the reason I can say that, when my son was called to the school office, I asked the school official to do the testing of marijuana, and I did it. He said it was not necessary. I went home and I did it because I'm a retired doctor and a registered nurse. And I did the home testing at home, and he became negative. He had never tried marijuana in his life. He had the maybe planning, the intention, the curiosity, the experiment, as in any other students in any school, the pressure from the other students to find something about something that is out there to all the students in all the school. I am requesting that all of you, as an adult, reconsider your final decision to expel my son from Osceola School District, Harmony High School, due to the false accusation of him bringing a substance to school with the intent to sell. How he can do business with less than a gram of marijuana. I am sure that all of you, all of us, have committed not but one several mistake during your life, and I'm sure we have more than a second chance. How not giving a second chance to a child? My son has been already punished by a person that he admires as a teacher, professional, and parent when he made an inappropriate student statement in front of his classroom, putting my son down and also the other student, to the point that has caused my son to have suicidal thoughts. I was ready to start a job here at the hospital in Florida, and I have to resign my job in order to care for my son, because I went and approached the dean, I approached the counselor. They didn't care if my son has suicidal thoughts or not, but I care for my son. So I resigned a job, not even able to start doing my job. I had to resign to stay at home taking care of my son. The other thing that I want to say, this is my son, like the lawyer said, this is my son's first incident. He will be soon an adult. He have learned from this incident that he have to make better choices in life. Don't close the door to his future. As an adult and responsible citizen, his future depends on all of you. I just want to do a quick example. This is my middle son. When he was in 4th grade, all the school boards in California wants to put my son in attention deficit disorder, my medications. My answer to that, over my dead body, you're doing that. You're not putting my son in those attention deficit medication. My son just graduated from college with high honors. He's about to go into the police academy in California. So also, I want to say, how can my son be a harm to anyone when I have a sick mother who is bedbound? Who is the one that is doing dialysis on my mother? And my mother has survived for the last 3 years with my son's help. He's the one that is doing dialysis on my mother. He's the one, he cannot harm anyone. If he wants to help somebody, he will harm my mother. And he hasn't done that. He brought my mom to life. Thank you.
Okay, and then also Maria Teresa. Good evening and welcome to you as well, ma'am. Same if you would, name and address to the record.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maria Teresa Rafaeli, 4621 Southwest 133rd Avenue, Miami, Florida. I came here just as a community member to talk about the situation. I know this family with the situation with the student. I know her mother, she is a doctor, and we're working in the same field. So I know the student is a really good student, and I have a daughter. She's not a student here in Osceola County. She's a student in Miami-Dade County. She graduated this year. But I talked to her many times about the situation that the students have, and it's many students here, and it's so sad to talk about this because I know that it's more important things than we discussed before for all your future, okay? But I'm sure that the student, as my daughter tell me every time, they have to deal every day at school with the temptation of the drugs. At school, there are drugs. And when they go to the bathroom, they find a student doing drugs. They find a student who have marijuana, and they say, you want to try? It's really good. You can make high, you can make feel better. Many things they do to them. So what happened with this student, he get the temptation to use something like, who don't make mistakes in life. I don't want to make this too long but I say, he make that mistake, he takes something to try, he don't do it. And now he found out the consequence. He wants to be a doctor, same as his mother, but now what is the decision then the Osceola County has a decision. In the first meeting that they do, Mr. Munas say then this type of action of a student, the result has to be expulsion from Osceola County to a school. Then this is the first recommendation, okay? When at that moment they say that, I say, why they don't consider the situation of the student? Is they giving to him a second chance? He want to get graduated at high school. He wants to get his diploma. He's not the good example to tell to the students, you know what, we find out one student, he make a mistake, we bring him out of school. What are he gonna do? He crying every night. We close for him the doors to go forward. We say, is a criminals, make a mistake, they go to jail, they pay for it. When they go out, what they do? They have to look for a job, they have to have a chance anyway. Is now we put out of the school this student, or we bring him to another school where is more damaged students there than they do really drugs and they do very bad things there. We don't help him. When we see people, we know even seeing it is good or bad. This is a good student, then you can see in his academic rates that he's a good student. He make just one mistake. Why they don't give the chance to him to go forward, to finish at the school, to get graduation, and to be the doctor that he wants to be? Now he feel like the life is finished. He don't have no more opportunities. If we did this to all students, why we have counseling at school? So counsel is good to try to help a student on this situation, and I know that my time is expired, but I really appreciate if they think about this case because it's not the only one. It's many students in this situation, and when we close the door for them, it's one doctor less, one lawyer less, one good person less. Because why? We don't give it a chance. So.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Board, just for your information, I did speak with the mother twice on the phone, and I met with her at length. I have to correct what all the last three people said, because all three said that we were going to expel this student. I did come in and I did listen from the beginning to the end, the entire hearing, and at no time was this student going to be expelled. There was a recommendation. The parent said no. There was a discussion, and then it came down to the parent agreeing to have the student go to New Beginnings. I've been to New Beginnings. I've met with the principal. She's doing a good job over the best she can. Towards the end of this hearing, I did not hear the attorney's voice. He sat silently when the parent said okay. I don't know if there was a private, if you were whispering in your client's ear or not, but there was silence. This student, and I don't know if the rest of the board heard the entire audio, or if they haven't, or if they have, or if they went and looked at the record, but I have. And I am always been very vocal about not having any drugs in our school, whether it's a straight A student or whether it's just somebody walking in. There is, and I'm going to defer to our attorney to this, but I think that there is another recourse that could be taken instead of making this public. So I'm going to defer to the attorney and let them speak to this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Without going into great detail, because this is a matter of confidentiality, even though we're here this evening, the hearing was held, a recommendation was made. We are not here for a hearing de novo, a new hearing on this matter. It is on the consent agenda, and yes, Mr. Long is correct. There are other procedures that can be applied for to appeal this particular decision if that's what they elect to do. So, we extend confidentiality. We can't do it here because this is an open public meeting. They were advised of that. They consented to that. But I want the board to understand that the recommendation was made. This is not a hearing de novo, and I think at this point it's best to go forward.
To that point, also, Mr. Glassman, your counterpart was here, and we had discussion before as a board that the board cannot overturn the decision of the hearing officer. Am I correct?
Far be it from me to challenge what Mr. Brown says, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We also have Emmanuel that signed up to speak. Good evening, young man. Welcome.
Do I have to state?
No, sir.
No. Hello and good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity today to speak and to clarify any questions that you might have. I understand that the incident that has happened has brought you guys here today to make a decision on my behalf whether I'm allowed to attend any schools in Osceola District or be expelled from any schools in the Osceola School District. Although you may know the recommendation from the hearing officer, I would expect that you reconsider as I tell you the real story behind this. My intention was to never distribute, rather I was planning to try and use it for myself, which I never did. I tried getting rid of the container by passing it to the student next to me, hoping that that would get me out of trouble if they didn't find any drugs on me. When brought into the office to write my statement, I felt as if I was suffocating and I was hammered with questions and pressured into writing something that wasn't true. The reason I lied was because my mom has always told me, please don't cause any trouble, please don't, because I won't be able to take it. I'll be too old to handle it. Having that in my mind, when talking to the deans, I tried any excuse to get out of trouble, but regardless of trying so hard to get out of trouble, I happened to put myself deeper in the hole, rather than just telling the truth from the beginning. What I'm trying to explain to you is that it was simple possession rather than distribution. From this complication in my life, I have definitely learned to have self-control, to stop and think exactly what I'm getting into with the options that appear. I please ask that you reconsider the recommendation because I would like to follow in the footsteps of my mother and become a doctor to be able to serve this community, this society, and this nation. I feel I would not be able to fulfill my dream. I am very sorry for this difficult situation that I have put many people through. From this one mistake, I feel as though I have finally woken up and realized that life is no joke and that life should be taken serious to the point where nothing else but my education should be on my mind. Through researching, I understand that most of these types of situations is most likely agreeable amongst the adults here today that your recommendation is to expel a child that still has much to learn. Me being that child, I would gladly appreciate that the help that I'm asking for you here today. Even though you guys want me to go to new beginnings, I feel as though you are pushing me away and not giving me a second chance to prove to you that from now on I'm going to be more determined, more focused on my goals at hand, and willing to do whatever it takes to finish my education at HHS. Today, you want to push me away without a second chance in life. And I would like to reassure you that in the near future, when I become a doctor, I'll be there to help you have a second chance to live, and I will not turn you away. All I am asking for is to go back to HHS and graduate with a diploma from HHS and to graduate with my class. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you, sir. Well done, young man. I appreciate you coming. Mr. Wheeler?
Okay, young man, and I understand what you said, Mr. Glassman, thank you. However, the family's here, the attorney said they're going to waive their confidentiality, and we are. And in fairness, I did not listen to the transcript of the hearing. However, from what I can understand, the recommendation is to go to New Beginnings. And you're telling me you want to graduate high school. If you go to New Beginnings, you can graduate high school. You can still get into college, and you can still be a doctor. The choice is you made a mistake. We get that. However, you're not going to go back to your home zone school. Let's make that perfectly clear. I don't want to hold out hope for that. New Beginnings, it's up to you. I mean, there's a few different kinds of students there. The ones who want to flourish and do well sit in the front row. Those teachers want to do nothing more than help those students succeed. If you want to, be the coolest kid in class and screw around with the other kids, they're not going to waste a lot of time on you because that is your second chance. Now, what you decide to do with it is up to you. If you truly want to graduate high school, you want to be a doctor. It took a lot of courage for you to come up here and speak. I appreciate that. It took courage for your mom to come up here and speak, and I know she never thought she'd be in this position. She hired an attorney. You got a friend coming up from Miami. So the point is, and in my opinion, I can't speak for anyone else up here, if you want to go back to New Beginnings, I think that is a great choice for you to make. I'm willing to support that. That's your second chance. You can graduate high school, you can go to college, you can become a doctor, you can do whatever you want, but it's your, what you did, I appreciate that you took responsibility for it. You admitted you made a mistake. We all make mistakes. This is the consequence now, is you've got this chance to go to New Beginnings. So we're not throwing you away. We're not kicking you to the curb. This is your chance. And I'm willing to support that. I can't speak to for anybody else up here. I know there's a recommendation that came from a hearing officer. I also know that in the past the board has been very reluctant to take a side other than that. But we got a student who came up here, well-spoken, realizes they made a mistake. We don't have a high tolerance for drugs. We have zero tolerance for drugs. And what you did, there's a consequence for it. You've got a chance at New Beginnings that my understanding is that's where you've been assigned. You don't want to go there. Well, that's the corner you painted yourself into now. So now you can be successful there, or you cannot be successful there. That's another choice for you to make. I can't speak to the rest of the board or.
Thank you, Mr. Soto.
Yeah, just some brief comments, and you could address afterwards. It's well, first of all, in no small part, you have excellent counsel. You have a mother that truly cares for you, and a friend that came over here to speak on your behalf very eloquently. But most important is that you were able to go ahead and present, your own case very sincerely and eloquently as well. And it seems to me as though you're a person that made a mistake. Generally, you're on the right path towards things. You made a mistake, and now there's consequences that you feel that are way too severe. However, I think that Mr. Wheeler offers you very, very good words of advice and wisdom as well. And that is that the consequences need to be, when you're growing up, the consequences have to be, you have to fulfill them. And here, you're not being expelled. You're going to be assigned to New Beginnings. And I don't know how a lot of people feel about it, but I've always been a very big advocate of that school. It is a school where a student like you will be able to probably have leadership opportunities and example opportunities for other students that are not as fortunate as you are. A lot of students that are there did not have great attorneys to speak on their behalf, or a parent to come in and have the courage and to speak, and have friends. They're people that may benefit from your experience and your knowledge and what you can bring there. So look at this more as an opportunity, not just to make amends. That you probably have already done in your own mind, but now to go ahead and prove yourself in a different way that you probably haven't had a chance to before. I recommend, and I tell you as a parent myself,
that you go to New Beginnings, that you thrive, and you get your degree from there. And, let that guide you as you become, as you get to your plan of serving the public as a medical doctor in the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, young man. Pam, I do want to welcome you up now as well.
I'm on the other topic again.
Yes, ma'am, I know.
Lisa Sorensen, 1397 Grandview Boulevard. I'd like to start by stating that I'm really not sure why we did not finalize the issue with OHS and y'all say, move on, go have your meeting, and instead of putting this poor child through standing in front of all these people discussing his personal issues. Secondly, I would like to state that I am very concerned that Mrs. Luciano has had no answers for anyone here and has passed it on to poor Mr. Jones, who just joined our school, and this gentleman over here. You've had no answers. Everything has been, these people can answer the questions. I feel as a parent that a meeting should have been scheduled with the parents of the students prior to us being brought here to the board meeting at our own discretion to discuss what each individual specific situation with our students is. This is very generic and unfortunately is not really going to solve a lot of problems. If we do wait until school starts, at that point, then we will be told that our counselors do not have time to meet with parents or the student, and the poor students will not have a regular schedule starting the first day of class. All teachers should be starting their class on the first day. They should not have to wait 1 week or 2 weeks to actually feel comfortable in starting their curriculum because they don't know who's going to be in that class when they finally come to a final decision. For students and families who planned for college and how dual enrollment would benefit them, we are being shortchanged. My son will have to take elective classes all year to qualify for graduation because he does excel and took all of his major classes as a freshman and a sophomore. So at this point, he will be unable to take dual enrollment classes as we had expected. Also, your focus is on the math EOC, which can be taken in the winter, which was discussed by the first speaker, and will qualify those students for graduation without waiting for spring. All of these changes that you're planning on making to our school are being based on a test that may not even be used in the next year. The other thing is going back to Valencia and dual enrollment. Valencia has told several parents that they are scheduled to be discussing dual enrollment classes with our students on July 26th. We're not going to have schedules on July 26th to even know if that's going to fit into our students' schedule. And as I said, most likely mine is not because he has to take elective classes like art and PE and hope so that he can graduate, which then is going to put him back as far as when he starts our college, which has not even been discussed. All you're worried about is getting them graduated. That's great. I want him to graduate too, but I also want him to go on to college, and I want him to have college credits that he was able to earn under the 4x4 program, which he will not be able to earn this way.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, was there anyone else that?
Yes.
No, ma'am, you already had an opportunity to speak.
I'm sorry.
No, ma'am.
Give me just 1 second.
Ma'am, please.
How is possible that they let him waiting to talk, and Mr. Kevin Soto tell him, hold down 1 second, you're gonna talk now after he talked. And the lady came here to talk because I know that it's another subject very important, and now he wants to finish what we start. Because it's supposed that this situation of this student was confidential. The lawyer tried to change this situation for another day to pay attention to this situation that is very important because the class is almost start and they need to fix that part. So he wants to do it anyway here, so let him finish now.
Thank you.
Because everybody knows now, he don't want to do this because he don't want everybody knows his faith, his situation, his problem. So give a chance to him to finish now.
We did extend a chance. If you hold 1 moment, Mr. Glassman, I want you to be able to address your concerns with that as well.
Yes, sir. This shouldn't be an issue, but since it's been brought up, we offered the opportunity to have this on another evening. We reminded them of the confidentiality. They waived the confidentiality. I talked about it. Counsel next to me talked about it. They waived it. They understood that it was going to be spoken about in front of this group and in front of whatever media there is here. We offered them the opportunity to have it on another evening. They didn't want to do it. The reason it was moved up was not to embarrass anyone. It was at the request of the attorney for the family. That's why it was heard at this time, not because we wanted to embarrass anyone.
In fact, I made a specific point to try to move this to the end so that we can deal with the OHS piece first, so that the people that were here to deal with that could excuse themselves, and then we can deal with your issue.
And if we are on this point as far as freely and knowingly waiving his right to confidentiality, I was informed that whether we spoke today, even if we moved it to another date, you were going to make your decision. You would just do it without the opportunity to be heard. So we were forced to choose between our right to be heard, due process, or our right to confidentiality. It was also made very clear that this room is full of people, it cannot be cleared, they cannot be forced out. Every single one of them has a right to talk, and that it seems as if this was going to go on all night. And really waiting here until the sun came up, until their filibuster ended, isn't a realistic option. So we were left with waive your confidentiality, or we will make a decision without you speaking. It wasn't really freely waived, it was knowingly waived, but I wouldn't call that freely waiving it. It was definitely done under duress.
Thank you.
No good deed goes undone. We tried, we offered them, we did everything we could, we advised them, they made the choice. They wanted to speak now because they didn't want to wait until everyone else had spoken on all these other issues. We did everything we could to accommodate the situation, given the fact that this is a public meeting, and to now be told that we violated some confidentiality provision is outrageous.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else with regard to, yes, sir?
OHS.
Yes, sir. No, I understand.
John Dunn, 1812 Brown Street, Kissimmee, Florida.
Thank you, sir.
My students, some of them asked me to say something today. I'm an historian. I teach at Osceola High School. I've been there 28 years. I was there before we went to the 4x4. I've been there since then. A little bit of historical perspective, as Ms. Regina mentioned. One of our principals came up with the brand new idea of let's go to 4x4. And from my perspective and my memory, he was going to ram it through that first year. And we almost had a rebellion of the teachers, not because we were necessarily against change. We just didn't think we were going to be prepared for such a major change in such a short time. Our principal listened to us, he evaluated it, and then he set up a planning for a whole year before we moved into the 4x4. We felt very comfortable doing that. There were a lot of challenges, there were a lot of issues, and our staff and our faculty overcame those, and I think we've done a good job with the 4x4 system. I heard tonight that it was said several times there was a collaborative effort by the leadership to come up with this 7-period day. I guess teachers are not part of the leadership. I guess parents are not part of the leadership. Because when they decided to come up with this, there was no teachers invited to have any input. Our steering committee, which is elected by the teaching, part of our democratic system, was not informed, not asked to be at the meeting and have any input on whether the pros and cons of going to the 4, staying on the 4 rather, or going to the 7. We were not asked. There was no parent involvement. The SAC committee was not asked, what's your opinion? What issues do you see? It was just kind of all of a sudden, the administrative level just kind of said, this is what we're going to do. I've been told constantly since I've been in Osceola, we value you teachers. We really like to have input from you. And yet when they come to such a major change in such a short time, teachers were not asked any opinion. They were not consulted in any way. And I'm just concerned that rushing this through is going to cause a whole lot more problems. If we decided to go back to 4x4, it would be less problems now. I'd be more problems for some of the guidance counselors who have always tried to make the adjustments. But it would be a whole lot less problems than to try and force this through in the short time that we have left. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Kelvin Soto said he will give a chance for my son to speak, so my son right now is destroyed. And I just want to ask one question. If my son doesn't want to go to New Beginning, can he go to Florida Bridgeford School, Osceola Bridgeford School, or I can assign him to a private school? I don't want my son to go to New Beginning. And I think we're entitled to have a
I understand that, ma'am. Here's the best that I can offer to you.
attorney
Part of your concern was that this is being dealt with in public, and yet you continue to pop up in public to raise additional questions. One moment, I'm trying to get you your answer. We afforded you the opportunity to speak. You said you wanted to speak at this point in time. We provided each of you the 3 minutes that we've afforded to everybody else here that has equal concerns about their own students and their own situation. Your student had an opportunity to come before a hearing. A decision was made, and now you don't like that decision. There's nothing else at this point that can be stated about that. The board will get to this vote when it's on our agenda. You spoke under public comment. That public comment portion for you is over. At this point in time, the best that I can say, if you want to know what your options are, we want to explore and explain those options to you. I would recommend that you talk to Mr. Phelps or Mr. Muniz. They will make sure that they explain all of the options available to your student. Mr. Wheeler and Mrs. Soto both laid out that they want to see your students succeed, and I know that each board member up here, as well as the staff, does as well. But we can't keep...
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. On OHS, is there anyone else that wishes to speak this evening? Yes, ma'am. Good evening and welcome to you.
Good
Name and
evening.
address for the record, please.
My name is Christina Rendez, 930 East Lakeshore Boulevard in Kissimmee.
Thank you, ma'am.
My daughter is at OHS because of the block scheduling. We are zoned for St. Cloud. I know that's an elephant in this room, and my question to the district is, you're going to give the resources to OHS, but are you going to give the resources to the rest of the district for all the students that are there that are now going to easily go to their home school? You have transportation, you have schedules that are going to need to be done if they decide to do that. I mean, this isn't just OHS. This is your entire district. And I want you to consider that when you're making the decision about how quickly you're implementing this very poor laid out plan that you have going on. Transition is going to be required. You need to make a well-informed decision, a well-informed plan, and give every one of these people involved the opportunity to put that plan in place so that it is smooth and it's a good transition for all.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Hello, I'm coming to speak on behalf of the dual enrollment program and also the nursing program for Osceola High School. Gateway, I've heard that Gateway High School has the dual enrollment program, and I also heard that, yes, you guys will have the dual enrollment program, but they would have to go to Valencia. I don't think you guys are thinking about all the other students who don't have transportation, who don't have that time and that money in order to go to Valencia. Yeah, you'll be able to take dual enrollment. What about the students who don't have the money to take the transportation there? They'll lose that chance to go to Valencia. They'll lose that chance to continue with dual enrollment. They'll lose it completely. Why? Because, now they're not allowed to take it at the school. They have to take it at Valencia. I don't think you guys are thinking about other students who don't have those kind of resources, and I think you guys should really take the time to think about all of that. I think that you should also consider the nursing program needs 1 hour at the nursing home. I don't know if you guys were aware of that, but you need 1 hour at the nursing home. How is that going to work with the 7 schedule? With the 4x4, we have 90 minutes and we have enough time to go to the nursing home and take care of the nursing people and then come back and continue with our classes. If we have the 7 classes, that won't be able to work out. That's only 45 minutes in each class. How is that going to fit into the schedule?
they're probably going to be like, well, we're not going to work that anymore because you're not here for an hour. You can't be here for the 20 hours that are needed in order to take the test. At the end of the year, when you take 20 hours out of the whole school year that we take, then we take the nursing test and we're able to, get the certification. If we're not there for an hour each day, that's not going to work out. If we're only there 45 minutes, they're probably going to be like, oh, well, you're not here for an hour. This isn't going to work out for the test. We don't want you here anymore. I don't think you guys are thinking about all the other programs, how they need to be there for an hour. We're only going to be there 45 minutes, and they're not going to accept that. Like someone said, Valencia didn't even know about this whole change. I'm pretty sure that when they know, they're probably going to be like, well, maybe we're not going to accept that. And that's going to not only affect future students who probably want to go for that program, that's also going to affect the students that are already in the program. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Was there anyone else that wished to speak? I don't want to cut anybody off. I know that we've heard, a lot from a lot of people. We've heard a lot of the same thing from a number of people, and I want to make sure that everyone's afforded that opportunity. But at the same time, if we've exhausted that, then I know that you guys are all frustrated and tired and don't want to have to sit and go through this any longer than we need to. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. So at this time, we'll close the public comment of our meeting. We'll move along with our agenda. Mr. Long, you're recognized.
We're going to take that particular item and move it back, or are we going to? I know that, ladies and gentlemen out there, faculty, staff, students, it's on the agenda as an informational item only. There's no vote to be taken. But I have to say, because it just rubs me the wrong way, first off, I do not like to go against my superintendent. I think she can take me in an arm wrestling match, but I don't like to go against this decision she's made with her staff, because they are the professionals. They have the degrees, the education, everything that goes along with this. I just try and do my best to do my research, and I've just had 3 hours of research. It's 8:30, and we've been at this since 5:30. Things that rubbed me wrong is there was a discussion about the stakeholders, and I heard it said the steering committee wasn't involved. The teachers weren't involved. The SAC committee wasn't involved. The parents weren't involved with this decision. I also heard something else that kind of rubbed me wrong, because I've been to most of our high schools for the lunch hour. And I can't for the life of me see how any school can put all those kids through a 1 hour lunch period. Now without a stampede. I guess you have to stand there and just throw the food out and hope it gets there. I don't know how. That's a tough, yeah, I don't know how it can be done. I've also been very vocal over the years about the district making rush decisions. I don't like rush decisions, especially in construction. We've had people talk about that. I don't want to make a mistake. We've had the other discussion about a student making a mistake. I make a lot of mistakes. You don't believe me? Ask the guy sitting to my left. He'll tell you I've made a lot of mistakes and probably will make more. So I want to make sure this is fully vetted so that I hear from all the board members, do we have an opportunity as the board to say, let's have a planning year? I want to hear from everybody to say, okay, is this, I've heard from our superintendent and Dr. Akes and our Principal Jones that yes, this is the way we need to go. I've looked at some of the records on where the numbers are and where each school is at, graduation rates, and even though FCAT scores are no longer pertinent after this year, we're going through all kinds of changes, and I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to just sit here like a stone statue and just say, okay, they spoke, now we're going to move on. I would like the board to speak on this. I'd like to hear the other board members' opinion on this before we close it and be done with this, so these people can walk out either hate us or not. So, thank you.
Mr. Wheeler?
A few things, just not to reiterate, but the fact that parents weren't really consulted, steering committee wasn't consulted, the SAC committee wasn't consulted, that all does bother me. First one to admit it. I'm no stranger to OHS. I've been in Joe Beach's class more times than I can count. Lisa, I didn't recognize you when you first got up to speak. Our kids played t-ball together. I mean, this is not like I'm new to the community. And Mr. Jones, I know, is committed to Osceola High School. I really know. I know he's new, and I know obviously after tonight, you're questioning, what's going on here. I know he's committed to the school. I've had some very serious sit-downs, one-on-one with him. I've got confidence in him. Dr. Akes, I've got confidence in, and Mrs. Luciano. Now, with that said, could this have been done differently? Could this have been done better? Absolutely. And to the point that you made, Lisa, I mean, Dr. Jones, you got to run the school, and you're going to do what you think is best, and I believe that in my heart of hearts. Dr. Akes, you're doing what you think is best. Mrs. Luciano, you're the one who works for the board. You're the one who I'm going to hold accountable. I'm going to be there if they need something. I'm going to be calling you, and I got both your cell phone numbers. If you need something, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that this goes as smoothly and as successfully as it can. And Mr. Wells, I heard what you said too. You didn't think it was going to go smoothly. We're going to waste a month. We're not going to waste a month. We can't afford to waste a month. Because you students here, you're only going to be a senior 1 year. You're only going to be a junior 1 year. You're only going to be in 10th grade 1 year. I get that. I fought to make sure that school got an auditorium when people wanted to cut that out of the plan to save some money, because I know how important the arts is to Osceola High School also. It's not just a fleeting interest I have in the success of Osceola High School. So with that said, I'm not going to say this not with some reluctance, but I've got faith in the decision Mr. Jones, Dr. Akes, Mrs. Luciano's making. Could they have made it differently? Should have made better, including more people? Absolutely. We are where we are, and it is with confidence, hopefully with great confidence once we start the school year, that we're making this decision for what's in the best interest of students, and that's where I am with it. And I heard everything everybody said, and I appreciate everything everybody said, and that you all came out. I don't know how to do this job and make everybody happy, though. I know what I'm going to do is do this job and do what I think is in the best interest of kids. And we need Osceola High School. I'll tell you, Mr. Jones has something in his office. I remember when he brought it there. It was a football, Dan Marino. I said to him, Dan Marino never won a Super Bowl. I said, I need you to win a Super Bowl. Every day, every year at Osceola High School. So that's my take on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, any other comment? I started off my comments this evening by recognizing the fact that I personally like the 4x4 schedule. I don't know if you missed that comment or not, because there was a lot of emotion in the room. I want you to know this isn't something that I wanted to see happen. I don't really think anybody really wanted to see happen. I've had a number of conversations with some parents, with some citizens. I've had a number of conversations with the leadership team here. I spoke briefly with Mr. Jones. If I had it my way, then you would stay in a 4x4 schedule. There would be EOCs that are aligned with the current standards that are going to be used throughout our district. They're going to be aligned with the textbooks and the curriculum that's going to be taught, and this would not be an issue. For me, though, the concern that I have is I recognize my daughter was a high-performing student as well, and I would have probably been in the same room back when she was at OHS and back when I was the SAC chair there as well, saying it's working well for her, she's getting her AA before she graduates, all the same type of things you were saying. My concern, though, is a student ending a class in January, not being able to take the EOC that's perfectly aligned to the class and the standards that they were taught until April or May. Now, I understand that there's a number of people here that say, my student will succeed or my student can do that, and I believe that they probably can. There is an element of our student body in Osceola County that could succeed under those circumstances. But you have to understand the superintendent's decision is not based on the 10% of students that concede in those circumstances. It's based on all of the students that's entrusted to her care in those decisions. I started off by saying that this isn't an item that the board is voting on. This isn't something that requires a board vote or that the board actually votes on. This is an administrative function of the school district that the superintendent, in her experience and aligned with the others that work alongside of her, really believe is the best decision. Again, if it were me, I would love to see the 4x4 remain in place. I would love to see the EOCs aligned exactly the way that we all want them to be so that this is not an issue. That's unfortunately not the situation that we're dealing with right now. Again, I understand that you're not leaving here happy probably. I'm not leaving here happy. I get that. But the best thing that I can do is to ask you to come alongside of the principal that's there. And to Mr. Wheeler's point, I agree 200% with that Mr. Jones has the absolute best interest for the Cowboys that are entrusted to his care on that campus. Come alongside of him. Support him. Are there going to be issues? Are there going to be challenges? Are there going to be things that are going to have to be worked out over the next number of weeks? Absolutely. Creating additional problems for the implementation of this is not going to bring about a better solution. I just ask you to think about what is the best long term. If this is the direction we're going, and this is the direction that the state has lined up for us, and this is what's handed down to this school district and school districts all around this state, then I would ask that you do exactly what all of us are doing for our students, and what we'd want to do for each and every one that we care about is come alongside and help make OHS as successful as it can be. I hope that my point and my viewpoint is clear tonight. I hope you understand where I'm coming from on this. If I haven't articulated clearly, I apologize. But I want you to know, and I've extended nothing but grace and courtesy to every single person that comes up here. I genuinely appreciate you coming. I genuinely appreciate you speaking up as students. I understand the confidence it takes, and sometimes for parents as well. And I want you to know, this board never takes lightly your viewpoints. I understand that the superintendent never takes lightly your viewpoints, but I also understand that she's in a position where she feels like she has to make the decision, and that's the job that she's in. That's the role that she plays. Just like each one of us in our respective roles and jobs have to make tough decisions that a lot of people don't agree with, but because of the position that we're in and because of the experience we have to make it anyway. And I respect that that's the case. We've had a number of 3 conversations, probably at this point 4 conversations in detail. I was in her office for over an hour before this meeting began, again, trying to find out, is there another way, is there another solution, is there something that we can do? And in all the analysis and all the information that I've received, I honestly don't see it as being an option that's truly going to enable all Cowboys to succeed. So those are my viewpoints. I want to make sure you heard them tonight, and I want you to know I sincerely appreciate you being here tonight as well. Board? Yes, ma'am.
I just want you to know how difficult this was for us. Can you hear?
Is your mic on?
Thank you. This was very difficult for us. I knew that everyone would be upset. And so when we sat down to have this conversation, we sat down and said, what can we do to ensure that our children have an opportunity to be successful? That's the first thing we asked. And we looked at the 4x4 excuse me, schedule and said, are we sure that our children will be successful through this 4x4 block schedule? And as the conversation started and the graphs that Dr. Akes showed in regards to the number of classes, we concluded that what was best for children was to change the schedule. And I know that this breaks your heart and our hearts, because really we understand that this is something that you have loved and that your children have been there and have been successful. We also know that many of the parents here, are parents of high achieving students, and I promise you that we will do everything in our power to ensure that your children get the education that they deserve. We will work with the dual enrollment, we will call Valencia College, we will do whatever is necessary. Trust us when I say that we will work diligently to ensure that the children get the education that they deserve. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Obviously, you are all absolutely welcome to stay. This is a public hearing, a public meeting, and so we welcome you to stay. If you'd like to dismiss yourselves and go enjoy dinner, you're welcome to do that as well. But we are going to move on with our meeting at this time, and again, I want to thank you for coming. Okay, board, as the room clears out, we are at the place for presentations, and I know that the Education Foundation is here and has waited patiently. Kathy, I want to thank you for waiting, and I want to thank you for your work in this district, and I welcome you here this evening.
Thank you so much for having us tonight. I brought a couple of my good friends with me tonight. This is Lisa Jacobson. She's with the Orlando Sentinel Family Fund. And then I have Jamie Domries from our foundation staff. She's in charge of the Bookmark Buddies program. We wanted to spend just a minute with you tonight to celebrate what I think is one of the most beautiful partnerships that the foundation has ever had. Back in 2002, an employee of the Orlando Sentinel, Ed Sackett, called me and said, the Orlando Sentinel is the family fund is donating money to all the districts in our service area to provide backpacks for children. But there's no organization in Osceola County that is stepping up to write the grant and to manage this program. And so Ed wanted us to do that. And we took the opportunity to get involved with the Sentinel. And since the year 2002, we've been receiving a grant every year from the Family Fund. And I'm very proud to tell you tonight that over our relationship, the Orlando Sentinel Family Fund has provided the Education Foundation over $260,000. Over the majority of those years, the Family Fund provided money for our backpack program. And during that time, we were able to provide backpacks fully stocked with school supplies for over 16,500 children in our district. Also, the Sentinel has been funding our Bookmark Buddies program, and just to give you a little snapshot this year, we served over 500 children in this district who are third graders who are struggling in reading, and our program helps them to succeed and pass the FCAT, and we're very proud of the program. But I want to thank Lisa for all of her help, and she has a special gift for our superintendent tonight, if she would stop down. Lisa, you want to tell us what you have?
So we're very pleased to give the Educational Foundation $25,000 for this year's Bookmark Buddy program. It's a great program. We couldn't fund it if it wasn't. There's a lot of good tutoring programs out there, but without the outcomes. And this program has results and the outcomes that we need and what we're looking for. And we're very pleased to be able to fund it and hope to continue it in the future. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Please come back more often.
And as I expressed to you earlier, we sincerely appreciate your partnership with the foundation, with this school district. Thank you for all that you're doing to help support the students throughout this community.
Thank
Yes,
you for
ma'am.
having us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Well, Todd, are you ready?
It's so hard to follow Kathy Carr because she's so
Just so you know, you only have about 35 seconds. We got to move on. Thank you, Todd.
I'll try to condense this down from a 30-minute speech to maybe 10 minutes. We require under Florida statute and term requirements to present to you the tentative budget. You're not adopting anything, approving anything tonight. We're just required to submit it to you for review. The board adoption date is July 29th. And this document will be updated. I made sure that each one of you had a copy of this. It will be updated for the second FEFP calculation that came out late last night. It is not reflected in this current document. I'm going to highlight some specific areas in this document. I'm going to page through it relatively quickly. In the cover sheet of this document, this is the letter from the superintendent that outlines our goals in the district. It's the goals that drive this budget process. The next page of this document is just a summary overview of the geographic, what the population of Osceola County, the total students, funding sources, schools by type, and our overall operating budget by category. The table of contents, this document includes an introductory section, resolutions, those are sample resolutions, advertisements, general fund, which was already shared with you, the debt service funds, which you haven't seen yet. You've already seen the capital projects fund, special revenue fund. Can you hear me now, Mike? Okay. Special revenue fund and internal service funds. The introductory section, I'm just going to focus on a couple things here. It's our budget timeline with some important dates, as I just shared with you. At July 29th is when we'll be bringing back in a public hearing to adopt the tentative budget and millage.
Our final budget hearing will take place on September 2nd. Moving right along, pages I3 through I5 of the documents is budget conventions. It just talks about what assigned fund balance is to the end user as they read this document and try to interpret the numbers here, salary budgets and such. The proposed summary budget for all funds for the 2014-15 year is $790.2 million. This is a slight increase over the 2013-14 year of just a difference of $1.5 million. There is a change in the millage rate. It is a reduction based off of the conference report of it's right now it's 7.446, and what we've seen this current year in the 2013-14 year as we come to a close was 7.509. The next few pages of the document is program description. Just talks about what a base student allocation is, base funding. This page you've already seen. It just shows the difference between the fourth calculation and the conference report that was published by the state. That all these numbers will change and will be reflected in the next presentation of the budget. Next page, you've seen this as well. This is your total and per FTE funding, historical and projected overview. Moving right along, the certification of school taxable value. Line 4 of this, I just want to share with you, the property appraiser's office updated their projection for our tax roll. It was originally $18.9 billion. That new number now is 19.6. That's more in line with what the state was using when they built the general fund. And those numbers are built off of the EDR, Economic Development Research Group up in Tallahassee. Keep us moving along. FTE historical and projected overview. This information was shared with you. We're projected that we're going to be about 58,581 students for next year. We're projecting that we're going to grow a little bit more than that number. The next page, the tax millage and levy projected overview. This has been updated for the 2014-15 year, bringing in the new final tax roll estimate. Next page of the document it breaks down your FTE by school. We are currently revisiting the projections, and we're looking at the actual enrollment right now. Policy for expenditures of lottery funds. We're anticipating that we're going to receive $571,000. This document just basically outlines the intended use of those funds. In the next section is your resolutions. This is a sample of resolutions that you'll be adopting at the July 29th meeting. The next section is your advertisements. These ads will be placed in the Osceola section of the Orlando Sentinel and will be published Sunday, July 27th. One page in this document, we will have to advertise for a notice of proposed tax increase, and that's really related to our tax roll in going up this year over the last year. The next section of the documents, Fund 1, nothing's really changed from this document. This is your operating budget. The major revenue source for the general fund is your FEFP program, or Florida Education Finance Program, and includes local discretionary taxes. The appropriations include most of the district's salaries and benefits, utilities, supplies, transportation costs, and other operating expenses. The fund balance in the general fund are the district's reserves against revenue shortfalls, emergencies, and other unplanned needs. The summary overview also sharing with you, these numbers will be updated when we present in the public hearing on July 29th. It will incorporate the changes for the second calc. Also, as we bring the 2013-14 school year to a close, we'll make some adjustments, and that will be seen in the beginning fund balance area. The schedules that follow is just your summary revenue. It's just a summary report of your revenues and also your estimated appropriations for the upcoming year. That supports your summary budget.
I'm going to take us up now to line item budget allocation. This hasn't changed since the last time you've seen this in the budget workshop. There was specific questions I want to address now that came out in that budget workshop. One of them was annual audits, when the board asked for us to provide a schedule of the annual audit expenditures. I'm hoping everyone would see this. In the years that we have the Auditor General here, that does not cost the district anything for those audits. It would realistically, since there are 5 staff members here for half of the year, it probably costs us $250,000 if they bill us. But it doesn't cost the district anything. And those years that we have more Stevens Lovelace, you can see the audit was 72.5. It straddles 2 years. So the combination of the two is $75,000. For the 2014, the total audit expenses is $59,000 right now. More Stephen Lovelace, we paid our first fee, portion of that fee in the 2014, with the remaining portion of the fee to be paid in the 2014-15 school year. Any questions on that, board members?
No, sir. Thank you for providing that.
Okay. We were also asked what other contributions, the employer contributions for employee health insurance. I'm going to address that at the very end of the document. Could I have an additional schedule for you? Debt service also was asked, and I addressed that in the board workshop setting. I'm going to move to the next section here on debt service fund. This fund is used to account for the accumulation of resources for and the payment of long-term debt, which include your principal, interest, and other related costs.
Todd.
Yes, sir.
I have one question. That number for the long-term debt is rolled into that $790.1 million number, correct?
Yes, our payment, yes, that's correct. This document summarizes your estimated revenues, also summarizes your appropriation, the first 2 sheets, and then it's followed up by detailed schedules by fund. One page I want to take you to here, and that's on pages 2-7, 2-8. One question that I'm frequently asked by the board members is, what is our total principal and interest payment outstanding? That's $332.9 million. Of that, principal amount is $266.4 million, and interest makes up $66.5 million of that. Moving along, section 3, that's your capital projects fund. The fund reports the revenues and expenditures for your construction and renovation of school buildings and grounds. Funds are accumulated by source in year of appropriation. We received a little bit from PICO this year, $1 million. We received a little bit for capital outlay and debt service. The board can also generate additional revenue by leveraging the 1.5 mil.
Have we actually gotten the PICO dollars already?
Yeah, we will be getting those.
And that's the number they gave us?
Yeah, we're going to get $1 million.
Wow, that's a lot more than we thought. That's great.
The district also receives impact fees charged against new residential construction, and also a portion of the 1% sales tax. The schedules that follow this is information that you've already seen in the board workshop setting. The schedules here are your summary overview, that these schedules support the first year of your 5-year capital plan. So when I'm showing you the 5-year capital plan, these are the schedules that make up that first year, 2014-15 year.
Dollars for remodeling and renovations, is that what we've allocated, or the state gave us that and we have to use it for that? Yeah.
Let me see what page we're on. Hold on.
It's 3.4, 3-4, I'm sorry. Yeah, the 25 million and the 15 and the 10. Is that, again, are those dollars we're allocating for that, or the state's given us for that?
We're allocating toward, this is your appropriation
Okay.
section, we're allocating towards. The schedules that follow is the detailed schedules that are broken up by fund. I'm going to take us to the page 3-11 of the document. This just summarizes the revenues that are coming in This is what had occurred and what we're projecting that we'll receive in capital outlay tax, impact fees, sales tax, and those PICO funding. As you can see, PICO, we don't project out anything further than they'll say that, well, they'll appropriate it, you know. The summary proposed 5-year capital plan, this was shared in a board workshop setting tonight, so I don't know if I need to rehash this at all, just for the public's purpose. It's broken out by capacity and non-capacity sources. The schedules that follow, we have what is called technology infrastructure carryover. Those are from uncompleted projects at year end that roll into the from the 2013-14 year into the 2014-15 year to be expensed in that year. We have new money for technology infrastructure, and that's on page 3-16. And we also have cyclical capital carryover, same scenario there on 3-17, 3-18, and we have new capital, cyclical capital, and that's from pages 3-19 to 3-29. I know I'm going through this pretty fast, board. If you have any questions, just feel free to stop.
You're fine.
Okay. The next section is Fund 4, that's your Special Revenue Fund. Special Revenue Fund is comprised of your food service, Title I and IDA programs, and extended day programs. And those schedules that do follow here for your Special Revenue Fund. And they'll start on 4-3, and they go all the way through, including the detailed schedules, all the way through 4-14. The next section, and the final section I'm talking about that we're going to discuss tonight is Fund 7, your internal service funds. The funds record the premium revenues and expenditures associated with the district's self-insured group health and insurance casualty insurance programs. Wow. And the summary of your internal service funds, the combination of that, what we're seeing there that I want to focus in on, that we will be seeing a operating deficit in your internal service funds. The combined total for that is about $3.5 million that we're continuing to eat away at that little fund balance reserve. They call it the restricted net asset balance in that fund. The section I want to focus in on is on 5-9. That shows what the board contribution amount is per employee, and also the new programs, new insurance programs that we're offering this next year. The last page of this document, which we were asked to produce, what is the board health insurance contribution over the last several years, is, can we have that up? The difference between the 2013 and 14 fiscal years was an increase of 4%. The difference between the 14 and 15 fiscal year is an estimated increase about 6.67%. This is if all positions were 100% occupied for the full year. The 2015 number is a budgeted number, and that number it reflects that you have to allocate the full expense, even though that the position's not filled, because it could be filled with the, we know that we have a salary lapse normally where not all the positions get filled for the year. Board, this completes my presentation of the tentative budget, and we will be bringing back again this document for board adoption on the July 29th.
Thank you, Todd. Board comments, questions? This is a presentation. Mr. Wheeler?
Going back to slide 5-10 with the health insurance, looking at last year, $40.7 million. Is that what was budgeted? Is that what was actually spent? If that was what was budgeted, did we spend more? Did we spend less? I mean,
for the what year again?
Looking at the 2014 number, sure. Or is that the upcoming school year we're talking?
That's the actual number that was spent.
Was
spent 40 million.
Point seven.
Yeah,
okay.
0.7.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Todd, my quick question is with regard to the RLE. I know that it indicates that DOE is certified on Friday. Do you expect any change with that? based on what you've already put forth, based on the fourth quarter?
The required local effort will change slightly. We received the second calc. I haven't had time to study that document yet. We know that they make a slight adjustments to the required local effort millage rate that we have to charge. And I can't, did you get a chance to look at that document yet today?
Yeah, the proposed millage is right above 5.098 mils.
Okay. So there will be a slight adjustment there.
Okay. Hold on one sec before you move on. I want to just get back to the page that I was referencing on that. You may already know. Let me, before I just spend time flipping through this, here it is. You said 5.098. Okay, so it still will be below what RLE was for last year. Okay. Even with the anticipated changes. Okay, thank you. Board, any other comments or questions? Todd, thank you, and not just you, but your entire department. I know this is a very hefty process for you guys to go through, and this board doesn't take it lightly. We rely upon you and your expertise and your staff's expertise quite a bit, so thank you for putting all this together and for your efforts. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you. Okay, board, that does conclude presentations. We are at the fun moment for appointments and transfers. Superintendent?
Yes, there are several, as you can see, who have been sitting here for a long time and will have probably dessert rather than dinner.
I thought they were here just because they like spending time with all of us.
And it'll probably be the only time that they come to a board meeting.
Yeah.
Unless I invite them. Let's begin with Scott Clark at Ventura. Okay, Scott. And please bring your candidate with you.
Board, we bring before you tonight the candidate for the assistant principal at Ventura Elementary. This is Joyce Pazantis, and she has been with our district. She started at Kissimmee Middle School. She had been a math science coach and a health teacher there. She also was out at Westside K-8 as a math and science coach as well, and then most recently has worked at the district office with curriculum in the area of math as a resource teacher. And I bring her before you tonight to be the new assistant principal.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Board. We do have a motion by Mr. Long with a second by Mr. Wheeler. Board, is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion carries 5-0. Congratulations to you.
And she does have family here that endured this meeting, so.
There's somebody bouncing up and down in the back, is that? For those of you that don't know, we do ask that as we complete that process, if you would please introduce those that you have with us, with you tonight to us, so that we know who's here supporting you. That was easier thought than said. Yeah. So who do you have with you this evening?
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
I have my dad, Patrick, my mom, Jocelyn, my husband, Stefan,
Got them all over the place.
his mom, and then I got some troops from New York. I just came back from vacation.
Troops from New York.
Yeah. This is my daughter Maya. Say hello.
Hi, Maya.
Justin, my cousin, and then my son Jaden.
I see you.
Did I miss anybody?
I don't know.
You got the whole room. So.
I know why Scott hired you. You got a ball team with it.
Yeah. 10 for 1, right? All right, Superintendent.
Yes, the next one is the assistant principal at Harmony Community School. Jonathan, if you'd please bring your candidate up.
Good evening, board and leadership team. This is Dorota McCallie, candidate for assistant principal at Harmony Community School. She started her career in 2003 at Hickory Tree Elementary, where she was a first grade teacher. She continued being a first grade teacher at Harmony Community School, and then also served as our math science coach, an ESE teacher, and most recently as dean. So I bring her to you for assistant principal approval.
Second.
Thank you, Board. We do have a motion by Mr. Long with a second by Mrs. Horn. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion carries 5-0, and congratulations to you as well. Do you have anybody with you? Did you bring a baseball team too?
Mine are young. They had to go home. They're in bed.
I understand. Congratulations to you. We should all be in bed right now. Congratulations.
Thank-
Superintendent?
Yes, the next one is the assistant principal at Narcousie Middle School, Frank Telemko, please, and bring your candidate with you.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Luciano, leadership team. Tonight, I introduce Mr. David Stone. David Stone has held the following positions: manufacturing, engineering, and quality assured manager at Mercury Marine, math teacher at Walker Middle School in Orange County, teacher at St. Cloud High School, dean of students at Point Siena High School, and math coach at Kissimmee Middle School, where he's currently at now. He received his bachelor's degree at liberal studies from the University of Central Florida and master's degree in ed leadership from Stetson University. And at this time, board, I respectfully request your approval of Mr. Stone.
Motion to approve.
Second with discussion.
Thank you, board. We do have a motion by Mr. Long
We
with
knew there'd be
a
discussion on this one.
possibly scary discussion by Mr. Wheeler. I'm just kidding.
They've been doing this a long time, so here we go.
David, I'm thrilled that you're going to be an AP over there. For those of you who don't know, David was a school board member here from 1998 to 2010, and we did not always see eye to eye on things. But the one thing we did agree on is that kids always came first. And David was responsible for bringing Abbott to this district also. And when you got hired at St. Cloud High School, I remember when Nate said, "Dave Stone's working here." I was like, "Really?" So I think this is great. Frank, you and David are going to be a great team. Just don't take too much time talking about sports. Congratulations, and that's my discussion.
Board, any other discussion? Hearing, seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations, David.
We did bring some folks.
Yeah.
This is my oldest granddaughter, Kellyanne, her mother, Amanda, my brand new daughter-in-law, Nicole, and her husband, my son, Jared. This is my father-in-law, Bobby Horn, his wife, Kelly Faye Horn, and of course, my beautiful wife, Sissy, that you all know from the grandson department.
Thank you all for enduring to support Mr. Stone. Superintendent?
Yes, please. The next one is the assistant principal at Kissimmee Middle School, and Michelle Henninger is not here, but Mike said it. Oh, Gary Whedon, I'm sorry. Gary Whedon isn't here. And Mike is going to introduce the candidate.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Wheaton, who is attending a state conference this week, I would like to introduce Ms. Mackenzie Bertram, who happens to be on vacation in the Northwest this week.
So neither of them are here.
Right. So Ms. Bertram has served as teacher at Celebration High School. She served with us at the district office as our middle and high school language arts resource specialist, and also most recently has served as elementary reading resource teacher in Orange County. She received her bachelor's degree in religion from Presbyterian College and a master's degree in educational leadership from American College of Education. Board, we respectfully request Mackenzie Bertrand as assistant principal.
Thank you, board. We do have a motion by Mr. Long with a second by Mr. Wheeler. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
And no, I won't ask if there's anyone here to see.
No one was here for that one.
We're all here to see.
Assistant principal at Osceola High School, Mr. Jones. If you bring up your candidate as well, please.
Didn't know it'd be this rough, did you?
She looks tired already.
By the way, you're responsible for scheduling.
As a matter of fact, she will be once you approve the appointment. Good evening once again, everyone. School board members, Superintendent Luciano. I present before you at this point in time Ms. Kirsten White, graduate of Florida State University. Ms. White and I, cut it out. Ms. White and I have worked together for 7 years in the Orange County Public School System at West Orange High School, where she was discipline dean, academic dean, and also in charge of testing and some scheduling, et cetera, et cetera. She brings a wealth of knowledge to Osceola High School, and I am looking so much forward to having her to jump into the trenches and have us to maneuver and get where we need to be as a high school. I present to you once more Ms. Kirsten White.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Board, we do have a motion by Mr. Long
I
with
have-
a second
I
by
have a
Mr.
question
Soto.
also.
And discussion.
Yes.
Mr. Long.
Yes.
It's like a-
At your positions you had up in Orange County, how many students were at that high school?
4,000, almost 3,800.
3,800, okay.
We had a
Was
9
it
campus.
Was it a 4x4 or a 7 period?
It was a 7 period. We had to build double schedules though because we had 9th grade campus with 10th, 11th, 12th.
Thank you.
Mr. Wheeler?
You know, I was with Mr. Jones yesterday. We had a very serious conversation about scheduling, but then the topic of you came up, and he was just about gushing. So I am, and temper the emotions, Mr. Jones, right? But, so I just want to let you, so we're looking forward to great things from you. I know Mr. Jones has great confidence in you.
Welcome aboard, assuming the vote goes the way we think, but welcome aboard, and don't let tonight's tasting be a representation of the campus. It's a phenomenal school that we know that you're going to do absolutely well at, and we know you've got a great principal to work with, so welcome to you. Board, is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0. Congratulations.
Ms. White does have family here with her. They've endured. She has some little ones. I mean, they've been troopers. Ms. White.
The 4-year-old and 1-year-old boys, they didn't make it. My mom took them home. My husband, Ryan White's here. And I actually, the 4,000 students at West Orange that love you and respect you, believe in you, you put them first. And unfortunately, nobody else got to hear that, and I wanted to say that. I believe in you, they did, and I think Osceola will as well.
Very good recommendation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for sticking with us, Ryan. Superintendent?
Yes, sir. The next one is the Director of Osceola Virtual School, and Sonia, if you bring up your candidate.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Luciano. It is with great pleasure that I introduce to you Dr. Enid Rentas. Dr. Enid Rentas had a couple of positions here in the district office, and I'm just going to mention a few. She was Dean of Students, ISO Compliance Specialist, Bilingual Specialist. She was a Learning Resource Specialist at the Charter School Department. She was also Assistant Principal at Celebration High School. And most recently, she just was a district level specialist for Florida Virtual School. She has a bachelor's degree from Northeastern Illinois University, a master's degree from Roosevelt University in Illinois, and a doctorate from Barry University. So I present to you Dr. Enid Rentas for Director of Osceola Virtual School.
Second.
Well, we do have a motion by Mr. Long with a second by Mr. Wheeler. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0. Congratulations to you.
A raving fan for Florida Virtual School. Jeannie, your Dean of St. Goods, and she's a good friend of mine, and she came to, and she has to teach at Valencia tonight. She hasn't gone yet, but she's a good friend of mine.
Great. Thank you, and welcome to you as well, ma'am.
They have very late classes at Valencia. You better get going. You must be late.
I'm assuming that's a virtual class.
I guess they do it at any time. The next one is the Director of Facilities, Clyde Wells, please. If you would bring up your candidate, please.
Good evening, Board. With great pleasure, I'd like to introduce John Davis as our candidate for the Director of Facility Services. Give you an overview of John's experience. He was a staff architect for Collier County Schools. He's the past Director of Construction and Planning for Osceola County Schools, right here. The Deputy Superintendent of Maintenance and Facilities, and currently, or soon to be not, the Chief of Operations for Lake County Schools. Board, it is with great pleasure I do introduce John Davis, and I ask for your recommendation and approval for.
So moved.
Second with discussion.
Thank you, Board. We do have a motion by Mr. Long with a second by Mr. Wheeler. Discussion, Mr. Wheeler.
I've been fortunate enough to know John for over 15 years. One of the best. We're so lucky to have him. One of the best guys I know. And John, I've already talked to Clyde about projects he can start working on. So I'm thrilled. We are very, very fortunate to have him. Clyde, great move. And I'm thrilled that you're coming back to Osceola County School. That's great.
Agreed, and welcome back, John. Thank you. Board, any other discussion? Hearing, seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
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 Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0. Congratulations, sir.
Great, John.
I've been with my wife here at 46 years.
She's been up with you that long.
Does that count overtime?
Welcome, Charlotte. John, welcome.
Congratulations. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you all.
Superintendent?
Yes, I just want to mention that we have a transfer of an assistant principal to Highlands Elementary. And we'll discuss that later on when we're talking about school grades. But Jason, would you, Jason, where are you? There he is. Jason Hayes is right here. And Jason will be transferring over to Highlands. Where's Highlands? There you go. Allison is there. And Jason will be the second assistant principal of that particular school. It'll be the only elementary school, but we'll discuss later on as to why that is occurring. He's transferring from Deerwood.
Okay.
And so I know that Ian will be looking for someone else to take that position, and hopefully in the next meeting we'll have the AP for that one. So Jason, welcome and thank you. Yep, just two more.
Sure.
The other one, yes, there is more, believe it or not. I know I had sent the board an email in regards to Anna Campbell, who you know had a child and said, I love my job in middle school, but I'd really like a job in elementary school. So Anna Campbell is going to Neptune Elementary as assistant principal, and she's just can't wait to start that. And so we needed to hire a principal for Denjon. Mr. Jose de Jesus, where are you? Okay, why don't you stand over there? Put you on the spot. Mr. De Jesus has been a teacher at several middle schools in Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines, teacher at Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. He has been a coordinator and math teacher at Polo Park Middle School in Wellington, Florida. He's been an assistant principal in Florida. He's been a federal program specialist for the Title I Migrant Program for Palm Beach County. Assistant principal in Georgia at a high school. Assistant principal at an elementary school. And currently principal of Beaver Ridge Elementary in Norcross, Virginia. He has served in the United States Navy from 1981 to 1992. He received his bachelor's degree in business administration from Chapman University in California, a master's degree in educational leadership from Florida Atlantic University, and he's currently working on his doctorate in education at Georgia State University. And I'm recommending Jose de Jesus for principal at Denjon Middle.
Thank you, Board. We do have a motion by Mr. Long with a second by Mr. Wheeler. I think Mr. Soto wants to say Bravo Zulu to you.
All right, hold on a second. 1981, 1992. Okay, so our times overlap. Were you on East Coast, West Coast?
In your Navy service.
NAS Miramar, San Diego.
Yeah, I figured when I saw Chapman there. I figured that you were either there or 32nd Street.
Yes.
Yeah, I was over there in Balboa Naval Hospital for a while.
Okay, yes.
Before going on with Fleet Marines.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
Glad to have you.
Board, any other discussion? Hearing, seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0. Congratulations and welcome to you, sir.
With me here this evening, my lovely wife, Marie. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening to you, ma'am.
Just so you know, this is not a typical board meeting. They usually last longer. So.
And they're not normally this calm.
But new principal appointees usually do bring food.
Yeah. Bring it next time.
Okay. All right. Board, moving on then, we are at agenda modifications. I will let you know, as you probably saw in the email, that agenda item 12Z, quad party agreement, has been pulled from the agenda, so we will not be taking action on that this evening. Good evening to all of you, by the way.
Yes.
Congratulations to everybody.
Not staying?
They're ready.
Got another 3 hours to go.
So aside from that modification, I'll go from my left to my right, and I'll look for modifications if there are any. Mrs. Long? Mrs. Horn? It's all downhill from here, people.
Let's go. You're excused.
Thank you. Mrs. Weishire, how are you doing?
Really?
Yeah.
I thought your wife about that.
Modifications. I have none, Mr. Wheeler.
Glad you got me right. No, I got 2 items at the end, but nothing else.
Mr. Long?
Mr. Chairman, you turn a lovely shade of red. Seeing there's no other modifications, I make a motion to accept consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Board. We do have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Again, I would point out that the quad party agreement is not part of that. It's a motion by Mr. Long with a second by Mrs. Horn. Is there any discussion, Board? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0. Well, we've already covered our information items, so we are now to the regular agenda items under curriculum and instruction.
Mr. Chairman, in view of the time, I make a motion to accept items A through G as presented.
Or there is a motion under curriculum instruction for the approval of letters A through G with a motion by Mr. Long, a second by Mr. Wheeler. Is there any discussion, Board? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0. Board, we're at Human Resources.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to accept H through L with some discussion regarding K.
Second.
Thank you, Board. We do have a motion on the approval under Human Resources for letters H through L with the discussion on K. Motion by Mr. Long with a second by Mr. Wheeler. Discussion, Mr. Long.
I think, yeah, I'm Mr. Long. You're, okay.
I think Ms. Horn wanted to speak about the coordinator position.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll cover.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead, Mr. Long.
Okay. While I looked at this and I have some angst about this, I don't know if there would be a full-time duty, if there's enough workload there to keep a person full-time. And I'm also was looked at the qualifications. As our chairman knows, this is more of a commercial area that we'd be building on, and requirements are only a general real estate license as opposed to specialization in commercial. I don't know if anyone else on the board has that opinion or would like to express anything on it.
Yeah, I may come back to that. Mrs. Horn?
I spoke with Clyde the other day in reference to this and asked him if he would speak to it tonight.
Are we talking about the real estate or
the real estate?
Oh, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
on the real estate, Mr. Long, first and foremost, this isn't going to be advertised and filled. I don't anticipate the need for it. We have a real estate manager's position, was that right? That was a significantly higher level position. The duties were a lot more complex, but and at one time we had a person in that position, but you're right, the workload did drop off. So that's why we looked at lowering the qualifications and utilizing probably Mr. Brown's law firm, just like we do when we do go out and broker real estate. I don't think that we would ever bring that fully in-house. So this is more to work with Larry's office and to work with our department and planning and everything, maybe as far as procuring some properties, going out, doing the mapping, doing a lot of legwork, really is what it is. So, but I do not have any intention right now of filling this. So I just, as I'm redoing some job descriptions, this was one that I was redoing. If y'all are,
I have a
if you
comment.
want to do something more with the qualifications, we can do that.
Sure. Mr. Long, that's satisfied at this point?
I'm sure I'll
Okay.
piggyback
Well,
on
the
that.
only thing I would say, and I think it's a good catch, Mr. Long, is a real estate associate license is really the minimal license that's required to be a licensed practitioner in the state of Florida. You may want to think about looking at having somebody that has a broker's license, which means they have been in the business for a minimum of 2 years, operating actively under another broker, and then they've sought additional education and have passed additional coursework and a state exam in order to earn that level of licensure. I think that would probably be at a minimum where you'd probably want to go. The last I might add, and I don't think this maybe needs to be a requirement, maybe something you might want to think about, and I know that you do have or hire preferred. There's a number of commercial practitioners that do not operate with a CCIM designation, but the CCIM designation is probably the most respected commercial designation in the nation. And so you may want to think about that as well when you're looking for who you might want to fill this position. I would probably say at a minimum amending the Florida Real Estate Associate license to broker license. I think that would be a very wise move.
I think we could do both. The CCIM, I think, is more important than the broker.
Is the pay scale though? I mean, you get all these.
I'm all good with the pay scale because I don't think it's a full workload, but I would like to see someone in that specialized in this. I mean, I know many brokers that don't specialize in commercial.
Sure, as do I. My only concern really was going to be exactly that. That's why I mentioned it as maybe something you could look at. The pay scale on this was, if I remember correct, was around the $65,000, $66,000 mark annual or something. Am I thinking about the right one?
No.
$24.20 an
This
hour
is
is
in
what it starts.
probably in the high 30s, to maybe in the mid 40s, probably is the top out. 40,000.
Yeah, I think when I did the math on it, came out different, but that's fine. So my point still remains the same, though, is I don't know that you're going to get a qualified CCIM to work for that amount of money.
But I don't foresee it a full-time position. How much land or how much commercial property would we buy over the next 12 months? And would that require, I mean, you're a broker, would you come in and say, okay, I'm going to spend full time looking for property when we're not going to buy property? Or we're going to,
Right, it's not, we're not considering filling it right now. Mr. Wells is getting his plan together for future growth in his department. So it's just a job description that we have out there. So in the event that when our growth starts back to where we're projected to go, that we're ready to go and we can hit the ground running and move forward. The previous job description that we had was a pay grade 22, which is very high on our pay schedule. So, and we probably could get someone with that credential on that pay schedule, but
I think it
yeah.
required a 4-year degree.
Right, right.
Yeah. 22 is very high.
So, Mr. Long, to your point, would it satisfy you? I know it would me if we asked that the minimum requirement be a broker's license with a preference of being a CCIM, but not a requirement of that, and allow that to discretion of the department. Okay. I think that'd be good. I guess maybe clarification, do we need a motion to amend that or no?
well, it shows
It would
minimum
probably, yeah, we
requirements.
probably do. So I would entertain a motion to that.
So moved.
Okay. Okay, and so for clarification, the amendment, I'm sorry? Okay, now I know. The amendment to that would be that the minimum requirement be a real estate broker's license with a preference of the individual having the CCIM designation. That is the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries 5-0. So then that would be the amended job description. And Mrs. Horn, I know you have your light on. I know you want to speak on another position as well.
It was just the one on the custodial that Clyde is prepared.
Yes, Ms. Horn came over Monday and we sat down and went through all of this. What we're doing with this, currently, I've brought you a restructure plan for the facilities division. Currently, I have a code compliance coordinator position that has our building official and building inspector and our health and safety inspectors and our fire safety technician or specialist under the coordinator. I'm taking that building official and the inspectors, and they will report directly to me, which really, if you look at it logically, that's probably the best thing, so that they're responsible only to me in the state of Florida and, you know, to the superintendent. They don't have another layer of administration between us. We are going to a centralized administration of custodial services, which we've been rolling into the last couple of years. There are several areas in facilities that are hanging out there. And one of them is contract management for all of those line items that you will approve in the budget. You know, there's a list of them. There's a contract behind just about every one of those that need to be properly managed and serviced. And that's going to be one of the duties of this, the health and safety reporting, and the annual report will be under this. It's not at the director's level. I think Ms. Horn and I discussed that. This is not another director's position. This is really not a added position to the division. It's merely a job description that's going to pick up these other duties. The code compliance job description will just be shelved. So that's what I'm doing with this. It's not hiring another administrator over there.
Mrs. Horn, any other comment or question on that?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Long?
I looked at this and, you know, I'm kind of loath to add more people, and I'm glad you pointed out this is not a new position.
No.
But I have had a few occasions to visit a few schools where there was a custodial problem and try and work through those details. And each school has a different, you know, a different personality and different custodial. And this coordinator can come in and make sure everything is the same in every school, the same type of supplies, the same type of contract, the same, everything is the same. So, and that takes a load off the principals that try and go through the situations that they've had.
Also, all of the safety training for the custodial
Everything,
staff.
yes.
We have about 240 custodial staff district-wide, so all of that annual training is ongoing, so that somebody has got to kind of be the administrator over it, and that's exactly what this position will be. There's other areas, as you can read the description, that we will be looking at. So they're going to be a very busy position. So, okay.
Board, is there any other discussion? At this point in time, would we be voting on human resources, letters H through L, and we know that letter K has been amended. Is there any other discussion? Hearing seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I'll vote no. Motion carries 4-1.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Under Business and Finance, I make a motion to approve M through U as presented.
Second.
Okay. And clarify for me, was that M through U?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Board, we do have a motion by Mr. Long with a second by Mr. Wheeler on the approval of letters M through U under Business and Finance. Board, is there any discussion on these items? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
under Facilities, I make a motion to accept V through Y with discussion.
Second.
Thank you, Board. Under Facilities, there is a motion by Mr. Long, second by Mr. Wheeler on the approval of letters V through Y. Discussion, Mr. Long.
Under V, I mean, we've had a few discussions on our finances and the possibility of raising the millage or sales tax or trying to come up with more money for our capital expenditures. And I have a real hard time dealing with that, especially ever since I've been on this board, I've brought discussions several times about trying to get projects, especially the smaller projects, hard bid. I did speak to Mr. Wells, and I would like him to share his thoughts.
Yes, this is taking a occupied space over at the Alco Center. Ms. Hollenbeck is putting in a service training culinary kitchen over there. This is going to be a very intense, very complex project, and there is a reason that we did not go with a straight bid on it or a hard bid. We will be installing grease traps over there. We'll make penetrations through the existing roof with the ventilation system and the hood system for all of that. This will be an active building as well. It's not going to be just shutting down the whole campus over there, so we have to do work around the fire alarm systems, and life safety. And so, you know, when I spoke with Mr. Long, he certainly asked about the hard bid, and I mean, that was our rationale. If it was a green site and we were just building a little building with a kitchen in it, then certainly would be a little bit different, but this scope is pretty complex. There is some timing to it, so you know, I know this doesn't matter, but it is food service funding that's doing this. This isn't our district capital that's paying for it, but you know, so.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Long?
What did it for me is, and I don't know if you ever found out if that was a load-bearing wall where it's not, okay, I thought it was, but what did it for me was the multiple trays that had to be there, number one, and the roof penetration. We're at the time of year, it could rain any time. And I don't want to have a hard bid in there where today I'm not going to have a roofing specialist in there. But at some point, if not this board, the next one that sits down is going to have to make the hard decision to just say, stop bringing us a construction manager at risk for especially the smaller projects.
We have currently about 10 hard bid projects going right now.
And I understand.
With 3 project managers, so.
And I understand, it just.
But I've got construction management wings being constructed.
I have to wear 2 hats. I'm saying we want to get this done fast, and I'm looking at Todd over there and all the taxpayers out there that are at home hoping we get the best bang for the buck, so.
Okay, thank you.
Don't look at Todd, he's falling asleep.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, board, any other discussion on these items? Okay, hearing seen none, board, we do have a motion and a second for the approval under facilities letters V through Y. All those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I make a motion to approve double A.
Sorry.
Thank you. Board, we do have a motion by Mr. Long with a second by Mr. Soto on the approval under school support services letter double A. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, board, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0. Superintendent, we're coming to you for recommendation.
Looking for recommendation for approval of the 2014-15 strategic plan that we have, I sent to the board. Well, we've discussed several times at workshops. We've discussed at the dais here during a regular meeting, and I also submitted to board members probably about a week and a half ago.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Board, we do have a motion by Mr. Long with a second by Mr. Soto on the approval of the 2014-15 district strategic plan. Discussion, Mr. Wheeler.
I'm inclined to not support as submitted. I've talked to Ms. Luciano before the meeting. If you go to page 6 of the strategic plan 1W, where it says increase the number of 10th grade students passing the geometry end of course exam rate from 39% to 44%, that means we're approving a strategic plan with 56% of our kids still not passing the exam. And I know it's a 5% bump we're looking for, but when you gotta, when you're, I don't know how, it's difficult for me to accept a plan where I've still got over half my kids failing an exam. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about this. Or if maybe you consider going bumping this up to 50%.
I think it's a high goal to reach from 39% to 50%. There is no doubt about it. But I mean, that's what we're here to do, is to work at student achievement. And it's a good possibility that we may reach that goal or not.
Well, and to that point, we just heard for hours from a school and from your staff that we're going to be modifying the schedule so we can improve these end-of-course exams. And if I read it correctly, there's over 600 students at Osceola High School specifically, so I've got to believe whatever your pass rate was last year, that's going to bump up. You know, the rest of this I've got no problem with, but I mean, I've got to approve, I got to vote yes or no on the entire thing. And this one item, you know, voting yes for 56% of our kids to not pass an exam just doesn't sit right.
Well, I understand what you're saying. Michael, do you have a thought on this?
So, Mr. Wheeler, we're looking at
1W on
The
page
10th
6.
grade, 1W, increase
Page
the
6.
number of 10th grade students passing the geometry end of course exam. Pass rate from 39% to 44.
44. I know it's a 5% bump, which is great, but it still leaves again, 56% of our kids aren't passing, and we're supposed to be happy with that? That's a goal?
So we're not happy with it,
But that is a goal for 56% of our kids to not pass? That just does not seem consistent with excellence.
Jay, if I may, you know, because you did ask the board members for what we think about it, and I just want to make my.
Sure.
You know, the way that I, and this is not the first time you brought up this subject, and I actually thought about, I put a lot of thought into it in the past months. And number one is, I think I feel it's appropriate, I'm gonna prove this. I feel it's appropriate, the 5%, given the historical trends. You got to understand that this is by no means, this is an accomplishment. And not only that, but obviously, this is not something that anybody will be satisfied with. This is just for the purpose of setting a goal, something to strive for, something to continue the historical gains that have been happening recently. To interpret it to say that we're okay with 56% passing, I think it's not the right.
That's what it says.
No, JJ, look, that's not the proper way to interpret it.
That's how, that's what that's what.
No, Jay, that's not how numerically it works. It's not always, you're not always gonna say, you're not always gonna evaluate a specific goal by saying, this is what I did and accomplished it, what counts, okay? What counts here is an increase of 5%, okay, and a historical trend. In other words, this will not be the proper goal for the next year. It'll be 44 to 50, let's say that. In other words, this is a trend. What you're really seeing here is action towards a trend of increasing it to the point, where we're going to reach a stability, where we graduate, where we're getting most of our kids passing that end course. So I think that if you look at it that way, you probably see it the way that I'm trying to explain it to you. It's to say that this is accepting that 56% do not pass is not appropriate. It's not even logical, Jay.
Let me, I'll come back to you if you want to comment again, Mr. Wheeler. I want to comment, and then Mr. Long also has his light on. I actually see it the way that Mr. Soto sees it, but I want you to know I understand what you're saying. None of us find it acceptable for 56% to fail. But I think about this as what it really is. It's a goal. Specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-oriented. So if this is going to be something that we say is attainable, to just pick a number that makes us feel good, but yet we know we're never going to get to me is not a true strategic goal. It's a hope, a wish, and a prayer, but it's not a goal. I would say, and you've heard me say this a number of times in the past, that when I look at these things and I see 39%, I cringe. 44%, I cringe. When I see 73%, I'm still going to cringe. We've all said that we want to see every single one of our students passing these EOCs, being prepared, graduating, having perfect attendance. The list goes on of what we want. So I don't see this as an acceptance of failure. I see it as an opportunity to say, okay, this is where we are. This is the reality of the landscape that we operate in. Now, what are we going to do to start to put the strategies in place to make sure that we can reach the next goal? I would equate it to, on my side in business, is I have some and every business does, very specific goals of what we want to accomplish from a financial perspective. But it would be foolish for me to operate a $200,000 business and set a goal that says I want to have a net profit of $4 million next year. I guess it's possible, but it's not probable. So we need to think about that. And by me saying that a goal from $200,000 in income to $300,000 in income is accepting failure, it's not. It's a stretch. It's a very reasonable approach to try to make sure we get there. Can the number be bumped up a little bit? Maybe. I need to turn to our superintendent and Dr. Akes and others to say, what do you think, and why shouldn't this be better? But I have to tell you that I'm not dissatisfied with this from the extent that they are looking to say, okay, here's where we are. This is the landscape we operate in. Let's get this thing moving in the right direction, and let's pick a number that's going to show that we're moving that way. So that's just kind of my personal thoughts. I want to recognize Mr. Long, and his other comments will come back around.
I look at all this and doing this over the last few years, and I want to place reasonable expectations upon our superintendent and staff. Reasonable expectations. I'm not satisfied with having 56% fail. That's not how I operate. Work hard. When I try and get something done, I work hard to make sure it gets done. But again, it has to be a reasonable expectation. I do not want to, because I've heard this before, finger wagging at our superintendent, I'm gonna hold you responsible if you don't do this and this and this. Well, wait a minute, if you put such a limit that it can't be reached, you're setting up our superintendent and everyone else to fail. And at the end of the day, the morale goes down because, boy, I just can't get to this point, and no matter what we do, and no matter how hard we work, and there's so many outside factors coming from people, the students coming in and students leaving, and mandates from the state. We're looking at different tests now. We don't even know what it's going to be, and now we're saying, no, you've got to get better than 5% increase. I just can't see it. I like that steady. Show me that steady progression, going forward, going upward. So that at some point we are the best. Now, instead of just jumping in there and just so much that our superintendent would fail from it.
Thank you. The other thing I would add is that, you think about a strategic plan really is, think about it in the layers in which it exists versus the mission of why do we exist in the first place? What is the vision of what it is that we want to achieve? Those two items really define what we deem to be acceptable of why we exist and what it is that we want to exist to be. All of the other pieces, when you get to the goals and the strategies, those are the details that say these are the areas that we're working in to help get to those levels of attainment that we want to get to. So I want to just point out again, our mission statement sits in front of us every single day, and we know what our vision is for the school district. I would just caution that getting too tied up into the goals and not making them realistic or even close to being attainable really works to undermine what we're really talking about, I think, in our overall mission and vision as a district. So I think if we just understand the full scope of what this really is, then we can come to a place on that. But again, I don't disagree with your heart or what it is that I think you really intend here. I think you've got the perfect intention, and I think I share that, and I think others do as well. Yeah, let me come back to Mrs. Horn.
Well, you just said we need to be realistic. We don't need to be setting goals that are not achievable. So if we exceed, that'd be great.
Mr. Wheeler?
2002 to 2008, I heard every excuse why our schools couldn't succeed. We had got high mobility, we got a high minority rate, we've got a high poverty rate. And now all of a sudden we got all A and B high schools. Everybody said it couldn't be done because of this, because of that, because of that, because of this. And sorry, I'm not buying it. I'm not going to accept mediocrity because that's what some people believe we can do. I believe in our students, I believe in our teachers, I believe in our administrators, and I believe that we should demand nothing less than excellence. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy. And I know everybody works hard. I'm not suggesting people aren't working. But we can ask more. Can we inspire our students to perform better? We'd be better. 12 of our schools declined in grades last year. At what point do we say we're going to turn the corner on this? So I appreciate where everybody's coming from on this. I'm just not buying it.
That's fine. Let me ask a quick question. What do you want that number to be in the strategic plan?
At least 50%.
So then does that communicate that you're satisfied with 50% failing?
No.
Using your logic.
It's an 11% bump. An 11% bump is much better. I'm making much better progress from 39 to 50 than I am from 39 to 44.
I'll concede that point. Okay, board, is there any other discussion on this item? Okay, hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
Okay, motion does carry 4-1.
May I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind. I want you to know that there are administrators here from preschools. And from Central, we have Highlands and Poinciana. And they're here because of the fact that we are going to be discussing the strategic plan. And knowing that their school grades went down, we have had conversations in regards to their strategic plan and making some adjustments, because the school improvement plan, as you know, is voluminous. There's just so much there that each one of them has put together and is creating, I should say, a draft, one-page draft of non-negotiables with specific strategies that they would be able to hand to anyone and say, this is what we're doing. Because in speaking to each and every one of them, I will tell you, because Jay, exactly what you're saying, terrible disappointment terrible disappointment. And working diligently and knowing that the teachers work so hard. And then saying, what was it that went wrong? And now sitting together to say, what went wrong and what will we do better? So the reason, I wanted you to know that the reason that they were here is because they wanted to show face, to let you know how important this is to them and to us, that we will raise the achievement of our students by creating strategic plans for these particular schools, as in others, that are very concise and very focused and will make a difference for this coming year. So I just wanted to acknowledge them because they have been here for a very long period of time, and I just felt it was important for you to know that.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you guys for being here. And I guess the point that I would make along with the rest of the board, I believe, would be that obviously we're not satisfied with the results we're seeing, and it's not just your schools, but as Mr. Wheeler pointed out, there's a number of schools in the district that have slid or declined and not in the direction that we want to go to. But we also fully believe in the leadership, not only here, but also at the individual campuses, and we want you to rally around your troops, work with the superintendent, work with the assistant superintendents, and do what we know, or at least I'll say I know, you're capable of doing, and that's truly affecting positive change in individual campus. I really do believe that, and I appreciate you guys being here to acknowledge the fact that there's work to be done. You're not hiding from the fact that there's less than satisfactory results that have been revealed, but I also know that you've been put in that place for a very specific reason. It's because of your skill, because of your talent, because of your abilities, because of your leadership, and because you care. So I just ask that you just take that with you and march forward throughout this upcoming year and show us why you're there. Okay? Mr. Wheeler.
I appreciate you being here also. I just want to share this. You all have great students. You've got great students who can do anything and are going to do great things. You need to inspire them, motivate them, and get to know every student by name, get to know their families, and with your teachers are all high-achieving teachers. They can all motivate and inspire, and it's not going to be easy. That's why it's called schoolwork and not school play. We've got high expectations for you, for your staff, and for your students and the families of your school. And get out there, be that leader who motivates, inspires, and gives big dreams and gets them to that, gets them to believe they can do anything that they never thought that they can do. Because our kids can do anything. We have the best students anywhere in the world, and I know you can make it happen. So please, and I know you want to do this, for the board or for the superintendent. Do it because you've got great students, and your students need nothing less than excellence.
Thank you. Okay, Superintendent, anything further on that?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay, we are moving along then to the superintendent evaluation. I don't know if you have anything you want to add on that, if you want me to just go ahead and take the lead on that.
You can take the lead on that. I have one other issue when you're done.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, board, as you know, we have all completed our evaluations as superintendent. They've all been handed in to her. I imagine that each of you had an opportunity to speak with her personally, or will, if not very shortly, and I appreciate you all submitting those to me as well. I did meet with the superintendent briefly to go over some of this and talk about some of the challenges that are before us and some of the opportunities that still exist. If there's any discussion that needs to be had, then we can have it at this time. Otherwise, I would do want superintendent to have an opportunity to speak if desired, and then if not, then I would ask that you meet with the superintendent, let her know what your individual concerns are.
If you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't, if you want to go, you're welcome to, because I know it's late, it's 10 o'clock, and I know your daughter's there, probably needs to go to bed.
Thank you.
It's okay, and if you want to stay, you're welcome to do that as well.
Thank you, guys. Have a great night.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just want to go over very briefly what I read, what you wrote, and how much I appreciate your honesty, and that we're able to have this kind of communication. What I've learned, and I agree with, is that I think we've done a really good job with technology, and continue to progress in that area. I think that we have done an exceptional job with the community, and bringing the community together, working together with the county commissioners, St. Cloud, etc. First time giving us money, so that I think went very well. Fiscally sound, Todd, he's awake, yes, good. I don't know, they told me you were sleeping, I couldn't see over this monitor. And we've really, that we're always looking at how to save money, how to spend money, where do we get money from. So I think we've done a very good job with that, as well as professional development. Those are the areas, those 4 goals, I think we have done a really good job at. However, terribly, terribly disappointed with the academic achievement. Terribly disappointing. As you know, I was on vacation, and it was, hard to reach me, but I was able to just get quickly a quick synopsis of what had occurred. Having 3D schools is completely and totally unacceptable. I have had conversations with Lisette, come on, let's face it. I mean, they all happen to be elementary schools as fate has it, but Mike also had some that went down. And we have to refocus. We simply have to refocus. Look at things and say, what is it that we've done? Have we done all we can? What do we need to do differently? So there's a lot of things that we are going to do differently. I understand, also looking at this, that close to 33% of our schools, either maintained or dropped. Again, that's not the way you reach our vision. Okay, and I take total responsibility for that. I've spoken to staff about this, and I said, when we celebrate together. But let me tell you, when it doesn't go well, I'm going to take it. And it's true, because I'm the one who's leading this group. So I just want to share with you how important it is to get your input, to have the ability to have conversations with you, and determine what strategies we can use. And in some cases we agree, and sometimes we disagree, that's okay. But I want you to know that we will be focusing clearly on this area of academics. Not that we didn't. We also made adjustments this year. We started our math solutions. We started things. So we will continue working on those, because we're not changing and adding any programs. There's no way that we're going to do that. All we're doing is taking what we know works well, and we're just making it better. So I just wanted to share with you that we understand, I clearly understand the goals of this district, and that what we achieved this year in regards to school grades, I was not at all happy with. No one should have been happy with that, and that I will make that effort with this team and every single principal and assistant principals, teacher and student that we have in this district, to be able to move and have the progress that we deserve. I understand economic development as well. I understand that everyone looks at this, and that people, when moving into communities, say, what grades does that school have? I don't want to be able to say, oh, we have a D in that community. No, we need to have A's and B schools in this community. And I share with you that I am committed to working on that.
Thank you, ma'am. Board, any other comment or discussion? Yeah, very well. Thank you. And I know this is a team of leaders in this room that work alongside of the superintendent, and she's being the type of leader she should be, to say that she takes responsibility of it, but ultimately we all take responsibility for it. This is our school district. We're all responsible for it in different ways, in different capacities, from the board to the classroom to the lunchroom to the bus route. It really doesn't matter. But I do ask, and I believe that you guys all will, and I know that you guys all believe in Melba. This board approved her contract for an additional 2 years at our last meeting, because we also expressed belief in her. And I want to ask you guys to take quite serious what this board's looking for, with the requirements that are set forth before us, with the vision that we've laid out, and please think outside of the box. Do everything that you guys can. You guys are experts. I tell you every time I meet with you individually how much I respect you guys. But it really is going to take everybody pulling together and not taking any excuses, not saying, oh, we can, or why didn't we, or we don't have the money, we don't have the time, we don't have the energy. We can't continue to see these things, and I know none of you guys want it any more than any of us do. You guys have poured your heart and souls into this community, into this district, and so let's make sure that this next year is far better than the year that we just realized. Okay? Thank you. Board, we do have to...
There's a line. I can see.
Yeah,
I can see the line up there.
Yeah, I saw it earlier. It kind of tripped me out. We do have one other item under attorney's report.
My lights on.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you, Mrs. Horn.
Melba, I just want to say personally, thank you. I think you've done a great job under the some of the circumstances that you had to deal with. And your leadership team is great too, so we can't go anywhere but up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Under Attorney's Report, there is one other item that I know Mrs. McMillan will be dealing with this on, or Ms. McMillan, excuse me, will be dealing with this on soon, so if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll need your input as to some procedural issues having to do with a bid protest that's been filed by Mark Garcia of Cleaning Pros. Today, pursuant to your Rule 7.70, the purchasing director and district legal counsel met with Mr. Garcia in an effort to resolve the protest by mutual agreement. Agreement was not reached. So Ms. McMillan is asking, pursuant to Rule 7.70, that we go ahead and schedule the informal administrative hearing that's required. Mr. Garcia has invoked his right to be heard in front of the board. So there are two things you all need to decide, whether you want to hear that as a full board or as a quorum, and if so, which three of you would be that. And then also if you would be willing to meet at 3 p.m. on August the 5th. This has to be done before the 9th. There's a 30-day deadline under the statute in order for the informal administrative hearing to be held before the board. So if you could weigh in on those two things today and make a decision. Number one, will the full board be hearing it, or will a quorum? And if so, whom? And then does that date and time work for you?
School board day, right?
It is.
It is. It's a school board day, so it would be 3 p.m. on August the 5th.
I'm fine for that. Board, do you have any thoughts on the full board or quorum? I would personally like to see the full board then. Effectively, yes.
Yeah. So.
Mr. Long, you're good?
Yes.
Okay.
3
So board,
p.m.
let's go ahead and schedule for 3 p.m. on August 5th. We'll plan for the entire board to be there, and if for some reason something comes up in an individual schedule, we know that we'll at least have a quorum. Yes, sir.
To legal counsel and to Ms. McMillan, if you can resolve this prior to that date, that would be okay too.
I think that was the attempt that was made today, and it appears that Mr. Garcia really wants to come before you all. So I'm sure they'll do whatever they can, but I think you probably will be hearing this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are we good to go on that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Luciano?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, since Amy mentioned August 5th, we were talking earlier on at our workshop in regards to getting together again after the meeting that Clyde has with the committee. Maybe we can, if you're going to be here at 3 o'clock anyway, maybe we can conduct our workshop at 4 o'clock after he meets with the committee in regards to.
Hearing only take an hour?
The impact fee.
I think, speaking with Ms. McMillan, I think that we had thought we should leave at least 90 minutes.
90?
Yes.
We'll make ours short.
Sure, and
Well,
if you
as
gotta
long as we
roll
have
it
the
in.
And as long as we have the information, I think that we might be able to just take, if you start at 3, then maybe 4:30. And how about if we plan it that way tentatively? And if Clyde turns around and says that they haven't met with the group, which I'm sure you would have by then, but needs more time, then we could cancel it. Is that okay?
I got a question. Is this something we're gonna have to vote on, that we're gonna have with Clyde?
No, that would be a part of the workshop,
Well,
after the impact fee.
Then
Meeting.
if we can't do it then, why not just, how long, can you roll it into a presentation of the board meeting?
We could.
Why not just do that? That way,
Well, I think to your point, though, we're going to be here. Plan for it to be a workshop. If time doesn't allow, then we'll just roll that into our board meeting, is what you're saying, yeah.
And ask
Okay.
questions and share thoughts.
Yeah.
As long as we have all the information prior to
And that way we have a date.
Okay, so you're good, we'll be the 5th at 3 p.m., and then Clyde, you're good, we'll squeeze you in where we can on the 5th, how's that?
That's fine.
You gotta bring pizza for everybody.
I'll do it.
Clyde, I don't wanna squeeze you anywhere.
Jay, come on.
I'm not touching that. Superintendent's update, Melba, we were gonna touch on the report cards.
Yes, and as it did come up earlier this evening, and Michael, can you, Michael, can you give us a quick, short summary as to where we're going here? And we have to be very transparent as to why it's happening and what we're doing next year so that this does not occur again.
Right. Both myself and Angela's department have been working hand in hand to resolve this report card issue. To say that it's been a minor undertaking is an understatement. When we started into actually producing the report cards for this 9th, 10th, and 11th grade set of students, we realized quickly that we had a very antiquated program, and we were struggling to actually produce accurate report cards. Angela's group has worked diligently to try to apply the cohort rules that I tried to explain tonight with the OHS staff. So you can imagine for each cohort and each subject area, whether there's an EOC or non-EOC, or if they have to have the graduation requirement of FCAT, that programming has to be put into place in an antiquated system. So Angela's group had actually problem solved and actually come up with a fix for the programming. And once informational systems put that in place for the second go around of printing the report cards, what they did was try to apply the rule across the district. The problem is that not all schedules and all courses at all high schools are named the same. So what it did was actually cause more errors. Again, we back out of it, looked at it again, and then Brandy and Angela, the department has, I'm talking about night and day, this has been 3 weeks of, I just can't even explain it right now. They have not stopped on it. So over the weekend, they started printing high school by high school these report cards again, and we brought in school and district staff. And so at this point, we've reviewed 4 high schools. I'm talking about touching each report card to ensure the integrity of the process and accuracy, and then hand correcting with a data entry person and a counselor side by side. So it's an undertaking of 7,000 or 8,000 report cards, hand checked each one, but we've had to do this because it's not just grades, but it's credits and graduation, requirements that are on the line. I got to commend the district staff. They have not given up on it. But we've got to muscle through it one more time, and it is kids, these are transcripts that we're at stake here. So each school has been just sending in staff as needed. We'll continue this process this week. The outlook would be a reasonable estimate by the end of next week is the best we could do, because each report card has to be touched by somebody, and if there's an error, it's got to be corrected. Then we have to reprint the whole batch, the whole school. The fix for it long-term, Angela and Art, they've already come up with it. It's already in place. It's Focus. This program has a large footprint on the state of Florida. A lot of districts are using it. The cohort rules are already well known. A team statewide is able to program this. It's just an antiquated program, and we've got to make it through one more time. But the errors have been just so sporadic and just too numerous to even take a chance on putting a report card or transcript out. There was a little bit of concern that what about the seniors that graduated? Why haven't we turned loose those transcripts? And that's actually a fallacy. The seniors that graduated, we'd have already turned those loose and checked them. So they were already hand checked, and everybody's good with that. It's the freshmen, sophomore, and juniors for last year. So Angela's department and the schools have been really just really pitching in. We're doing the best we can to get them out, but it's going to be at least another week, is what I see. Angela?
I would agree. I concur 100%, at least another week and possibly into the following.
So each report card, hand checked, hand corrected to ensure accuracy, because you got kids' graduation requirements at stake. Sorry.
Welcome to 2014. Mr. Wheeler.
This is not going to ever happen again, correct?
Mr. Wheeler, we will be using the new Focus system next year. It'll be our first time with a new program in Osceola County. We are doing everything we can and doing everything that possible to learn from our programming issues this time to ensure that we work hand in hand with our programmers from Focus to do everything in our power for this not to occur again next year.
Let me ask you a question. What other school districts is Focus working with right now?
There are about 6 other school districts at least that we
In
have
Florida?
been in communication with
Yes.
in Florida. Yes, sir.
Why don't we send somebody to visit them and see what they're doing so we can learn from them?
We meet regularly with them. We have practitioner focus groups, so we are in conversation with those other districts as we speak.
We have confidence in the Focus situation. Once we migrate to Focus, this will not be the issue. It's terms right now that's killing us.
And you know, and I don't know Focus from terms from XYZ to ABC, and I'm not gonna tell you what to do or what not to use. You know, just, this is something we need to just learn, you know,
Yes.
it happened, we know it happened, let's make sure it doesn't happen again. And whatever we gotta do, you know, do it in Melba. If you don't got the right people to make sure it doesn't happen, figure out how to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Oh, we've had conversation.
Thank you.
I would just say I agree. Thank you guys for all your hard work on this. I know that it's,
Well,
I know it's just
the
been,
hours that the informational system has put, it's been night and day through the weekend. They have not stopped. So if a parent asks you, I'm serious. It's been overtime after overtime, Friday, Saturday, through the weekend.
I'm sure.
And then, I mean, we're doing everything we can, but we will hand check every report card before it leaves this building to ensure accuracy. Because, you know, we know that how important it is to each one of these parents and students, so.
absolutely. Okay, Mr. Long.
I'm going to ask Mr. Wheeler if he will forego his old and new business since it's items we don't have to vote on. And the reason I'm bringing it up is, number one, the hour, number two, the air conditioning is off in here, and number three, we have an executive session.
Well, I will be brief because we got somebody who's waited for one of the topics that I brought up. So I appreciate that, but if these weren't important items, I would acquiesce, but these are important and somebody waited all night.
Okay. So anything else on the report cards? Okay, let's move on then to old business. Mr. Wheeler, you have school security.
I'll try to be as brief as I can with both. I did talk with Mr. Muniz about this as well. Since the Newtown shootings in Connecticut, there's been over 70 school shootings in the United States. And we've got very safe schools. I want to make that perfectly clear. However, it still bothers me when you see the fact there's 70 school shootings that have taken place and we've got walk-through metal detectors that we still, to the best of my knowledge, are not utilizing on a regular basis. And I know we've used wands, and I know Mr. Muniz has shared with me, some school districts have used walk-through metal detectors and not detected weapons, and fortunately he shared that with me, and I've got enough faith in him. He would know how to calibrate things properly to make sure we didn't do that. So the point I want to make is if we've got an asset, I don't understand why we wouldn't use it on an irregular, random basis. And I realize it would inconvenience a school here and there. The question, again, we don't want safe schools, good.
Absolutely. We already have that plan in place, just like I told you on the phone. We have a plan in place to randomly implement that at both middle schools and high schools.
With the walkthroughs?
Will be with wands.
That's what you said. So why
Yes.
wouldn't we use, why not use?
Mr. Wheeler, if you would like to discuss that in private, I'd be happy to do that, sir. But for security
Okay,
reasons,
that's fair.
I'm not going to discuss this publicly.
That's fair, okay, that's fair enough.
For exactly the same reasons we discussed on the phone.
Okay, we will get that's fair enough.
I don't want to belabor it, but real quick, that's part of why we went through the whole rule revision as well, is to provide some opportunity for us to deal with these things, and we addressed this 6, 8, 10 weeks ago, right?
That's correct. And the only thing that I'll add to it is that, we have been in conversation with law enforcement. They've been an active part of our committee to determine what our procedures were going to be. I would assume we trust our law enforcement folks who deal with these things all the time. And they were very helpful in our discussions, and they felt that the procedure that we had in place is appropriate. And we put it in place twice already at one school. They were there to witness it, and they agreed that the process was very effective and very efficient.
Okay.
And I'd hate to think that other school districts, they have something that was appropriate and it ended up not being adequate enough.
Mr. Long?
And I really didn't want to extend that discussion any longer than it is, but Mr. Wheeler, I agree with you that we need to use our process, improve on it, use that more often, especially not only for weapons, but I know if I was a student in line and I might be going through some type of metal detector or something, I better ditch anything I have on me that might be contraband. But I think this is a discussion that you need to have privately with Mr. Muniz, as I am aware of other things that are also being put in place for the coming school year.
I agree.
Okay. Good. Mr. Wheeler, you have under new business.
VPK, yes. And thank you for staying so late. I've got this, Dr. Brizendine sent this to me. This is VPK enrollment information for, in the most recent information that I was sent was from the 12-13 school year. We had 3,865 VPK slots available countywide, not district-wide, because we don't operate all of them, with 2,906 actual students registered, which means there's about 1,000 students that aren't registered, okay? Students who are in VPK clearly do better than students who aren't in VPK, and it's tough for those students to catch up. And the question I've got is, what are we doing to reach out so we can get closer to 100% enrollment? Because it's only going to benefit those families and those students. And I don't know what the outreach we're doing to reach those students is.
Well, based on our strategic plan, we have increased our slots every year and have done a pretty successful job of filling them, not to 100% capacity, but close to over 90% this past year.
It's been 89 to 96% in the last 2 years. It varies because students come and go.
Okay, so the next question then goes, and you sent me this on also at like 4 o'clock, is when you've got somebody who's not a district provider, and we assess that they are doing a good job or they're not doing a good job, how do we do one of two things? Either bring them up to the standard that we need them to get up to, so these students are getting more than just babysitting, or find a way to replace them, because, granted, I mean, it's better to be in a VPK than no VPK, but we need more than babysitting. How do we do that?
Well, within our district, of course, we have much more control.
Sure.
There is an agency at the community level, that's the Early Learning Coalition, that is charged with overseeing the efficacy of these programs, and they are the ones responsible for monitoring and enforcing the standards and the curriculum that they should be using. So we as a district really don't have much authority in changing how they implement them, although we do collaborate with the Early Learning Coalition, and we have a training program where many of the providers do take part.
Okay.
And I do want to go back to your original question, though, about the numbers. One of the things that VPK doesn't have in all settings is a full-day program, and some of the limitations is the availability of transportation.
Right.
Yes.
So the next question I've got is for those low providers we don't have control over, because we're going to get those kids.
Right.
They're going to be our kids, and we've got to live with what they're getting or what they're not getting. How do we get? How are we making any kind of an outreach to these providers who may not be up to snuff to I realize we're offering classes, but we can't control if they come or not.
Right.
Can we do more outreach to them? Because we're going to get these kids. And we'd rather have them, at this level than at this level.
Absolutely.
And board, it's critical to get as many students in VPK as we can if we want those students to be successful, because a lot of those students will never catch up if they're not in VPK. And, we demand excellence. Well, I got up here, nobody wants it more than I do. But at the same time, the students who come out of a quality VPK program got a much better chance of being successful in school than ones that don't, which is not to say the ones that don't can't. And we want to give these kids every opportunity to be successful in life, in school, et cetera, and VPK is critically important.
We are fully aware of that, and since day one, we have been working with VPK in adding as many students as we can actually place in our schools, because that's another issue.
And to that end, we've got all these charters that are coming. Maybe we need to start talking to these charters about seeing, I realize it's money and it's space, but maybe we would look more favorably upon those charters who can offer some VPK element also.
Yes.
That's all I've got.
Great, thank you. Board, yes.
Yeah, one thing real quick, it's a perfect time to highlight it, is we recently approved an amendment with the city of Kissimmee for another, actually I guess 2 units, an AM and a PM unit at the Mark E. Durbin Community Center.
There's a Mark Durbin Community Center?
Yes, right in front of Cypress Elementary School. So it's modeled after the same thing that we did with Chambers Park. So we did an amendment, and we can add those 2 units, so I think we'll be adding, what, a total of 36 students, is that right? 40 total, and those will hopefully be filled up beginning of the school year.
Okay, that's great. That's terrific. That's very encouraging. Yeah, VPK is critically important. Thank you.
If you haven't seen it, the Mark Durbin Community Center is right next to the Michael Allen Monument. Board.
What, from my side of the tree?
Yeah. Can I make an assumption that there are no board member comments or committee reports? Okay, board, so at this time, we do have to recess for an executive session, and so we'll meet upstairs in the finance conference room.
I know, I told Martha this, but the alarm activates automatically at 11.